Welcome, I'm Jim Check,
And I'm Renee Merrifield.
and we're here with your election 2025 coverage.
Wait. Ian.
Ian's here too. Oh, whoa. Ian's here too. The little face in the corner, Ian. Welcome, Ian. Is he there?
Yeah,
There he is.
I'm just here in the shadows. Don't worry about me.
He's here to keep us honest. There you go. Big night, decision night for Canada.
Absolutely, it is a really big
Huge
night.
The polls say it's going to be a Liberal majority.
Yeah, they do, but barely. If you look at all of the last polls, especially over the course of the last 5 days, they've all been within basically an error of the error.
Yeah.
Oh my
No,
goodness.
I don't even have
Margin of error.
Thank you. I was there. All within a margin of error. It's really going to come out to which of these two parties really gets their vote out and gets it out en masse. So I want to remind us all of 2015, because in 2015 we went into the polls basically in the same way. It was neck and neck, and nobody really knew what was going on. And that was when the Liberals had promised marijuana to be legalized. And out came the youth vote on droves and en masse, and never again were they able to emulate that victory. And here we are again. Let's see if the Conservatives were successful in getting out that younger vote.
Definitely, they were surging at the end here. Let's put up the 2021 map. Can you put that up there? We'll see if that. So that's how it played out in 2021.
Yeah.
Lots of blue kind of down the center, NDP kind of in a piece there. Lots of the block in there, obviously in the east there. And then just those little bits of red actually sway it that much, right?
Yeah.
That's all the cities, right?
It's the urban vote versus the rural vote.
Yeah.
And, we're about to see if Pierre was able to do a better job of that urban vote. One of the maps that I saw actually had similarly about 4 or 5 of the ridings were Liberal in Toronto, and the rest were all Conservative. Now, if that comes to fruition, that absolutely is going to sway things in favor of a Pierre Poilievre government.
So we have Sean Fraser out there, an incumbent out there in Nova Scotia, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're starting to see some of the results come in there for that one, Ian.
Yeah, it's actually it actually looks tight, surprisingly tight. Dominic LeBlanc's the other sort of big boy out there, and he's already basically won. A few outlets have already declared him the winner. But Sean Fraser, who kind of backed away and said he wasn't going to bother anymore, and then coincidentally, I suppose, Mark Carney came in and the Liberals started to fly in the polls, and then he came back. I'm sure that's just a complete coincidence, but yeah, he's quite a big figure in the Liberal Party, and he's not very convincing right now. So it's pretty tight. There's only a couple of hundred votes in it the last time I checked that one.
Well, and Sean Fraser, I mean, he was the housing minister, he was immigration minister, and neither of those files, I would say, he was quite as successful as Canadians would have liked him to have been. So 2 difficult files to sort of tout your record on in those ways.
Yeah, right now.
I also feel like if you say no, I'm off now, I don't want to do this anymore, but then you come back when your party starts to lead in the polls again, I have a feeling that a lot of people are going to hold that against you. But we'll have to wait and see if it's sufficient to prevent him from staying on as an MP.
Yeah, and Anita Anand would be another one to watch in that same vein, right? She says she's
yeah.
out, then she says she's back in. So it'll be very interesting to see what ends up happening with her riding.
Chrystia Freeland as well. I'm sure that's another one that people are going to watch. And Stephen Guilbeault.
Yep.
Those ones. Those are kind of the lieutenants that were in Trudeau's cabinet, and Melanie Joly as well.
Absolutely.
I think if Chrystia Freeland lost her seat, then the universe will have shifted into a different universe, I would say.
The universe would have shifted quite definitely. But having said that, there was such a juxtaposition between what the polls were saying and what we saw at the rallies down to the very last day. I was watching last night on the National, and it showed the three different leaders all at their various rallies. Singh basically had 12 people around him. I said, I don't even know if I would want the media there to show something like that. Then it had Carney's, and he had maybe 30, 40, 50 people. And then they had Pierre Poilievre, and then they flashed 1, 2, 3, 4 rallies. And at each and every one, we're talking hundreds to thousands. So definitely a huge juxtaposition on the support on that last day.
Yeah, and it was just amazing on the pickup truck thing that we saw, where the Pierre Poilievre jumped up on a truck at one of his rallies, and the next thing you know, Mark Carney was up on a pickup truck there. And I think that in his case, though, he jumped up on a truck that happened to be in the parking lot of the Oilers game.
Yeah.
What's that getting? He photobombed or whatever.
Yeah, another. I mean, a little bit of an odd choice here. Whether you're for him or against him, but an odd choice. Carney actually voted. All of the candidates were voting, so they had coverage on all the media of them voting. Carney decided to vote not in his own riding, which I found a little bit odd. And it was also odd that most of the news outlets were noticing that he was not voting in his own riding. So just a very odd one.
I think that he couldn't do that, could he? It's kind of like a bit of a loophole, because apparently you have to be an incumbent. If you don't, because he doesn't live there. He lives in a very fancy part of Ottawa called Rockcliffe Park, which is it's basically like a gated community for rich and powerful people in Ottawa that nobody else gets to even see or enter. But that's where he lives. Whereas Nepean, which is his riding, is where the great unwashed live, where all us oiks live. And obviously he's not a resident there, so he can't vote there unless he's already the incumbent MP. Apparently those are the rules. So that's why he's had to vote in a different riding.
Well, he could have voted there, but he'd have to go in and register at the table. And registered for the riding that he can actually vote in. So he can't vote for himself, but he could have voted in the riding that he is running in. But he would have had to register, so it might not have been as seamless for a photo op. That's for sure.
He should have just moved to Nepean. I would say he should have moved to Barhaven.
Absolutely. There are so many different ways that he could have done that, and that really is the story of this election. We've seen the two main parties duking it out, and definitely have one that has said, I'm an outsider, but really he's just, part of the elite of Canada, and hasn't really been able to connect as well as what he started at. And then you have Pierre, who's really surged over the course of the last 5 days.
Why don't you give us an update of the ones that people have called already, Ian, and then how's Sean Fraser doing?
Well, I've actually just had a look at Sean Fraser, because the Elections Canada website is not really at the races right now, but it's just updated, and he is about 250 votes behind the Conservative candidate right now, and that's with 26% of the votes counted. I think that is, yeah. So that's pretty. Oh no, sorry, actually, it's 60%. 60% of the vote. So that's really that's going to be nervous. It's going to be a nervous evening for Sean Fraser, and if he loses there, I think that's gonna set up this evening to be rather interesting. But other than that, I mean, the Liberals they're kind of doing what you'd expect. They're doing well in Atlantic Canada, but there is a riding that's flipped, which is Long Range Mountains, which is kind of the western bit of Newfoundland. That's gone to the Tories, and also the central bit of Newfoundland as well. So I think so far there's not much to look at really. It's crumbs right now, but the Conservatives are definitely going to be happier than the Liberals, I would say, right now.
And we have all our reporters ready to go to work too in our local ridings. We have people going out to Tracy Gray's riding, to Stephen Fuhr's riding, to Dan Albus, Juliette Sicot, and then Harpreet Bodahal. I'm not sure if he's even having an event though. And then Trevor, you know what? Melise, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we're trying to cover off all the local ridings here for sure and getting reaction there. Obviously, the leaders in these two ridings is going to be the Conservatives and the Liberals that are going to be the one. And I think the one that's probably at most, the one that's going to be down to the wire, I think, would be Tracy Gray's riding and Stephen Fear.
I think you're right. I think that one's going to be tight. Stephen Fear has name recognition that the other Liberal candidates just simply do not have. And Stephen Fear also had some really big names behind him. When you've got Christy Clark coming out to support you and Steve Thompson coming out in support, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a tighter race. And I think that, we've talked about a couple of times just the fact that Tracy chose that riding. She could have gone either way. She could have, jumped into the Vernon, Monashee, Lake Country riding, and instead decided to stay in Kelowna. And I think it might come back to maybe not be the best choice, but we'll see. And that one might be down to the wire.
Yeah, so that's exciting here in the locally. Any surprises out in Atlantic Canada yet, Ian, from your perspective? Is Ian still there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
It's conspiracy clearly because I'm not saying good things about the Liberals, but yeah, I think it's a bit of a surprise that they've won Western Newfoundland there. I mean, something that surprised me. I'm sort of obsessing over this Sean Fraser one because I think it's starting to get down to the wire now. It's starting to get really interesting. But the NDP have got 651 so far of the votes cast, which is 3.8%. In the last election, they got 16%. So that is that's a catastrophic collapse for the NDP. And I think that's, we all expected them to do badly, didn't we? But yeah, we all expected the NDP to sort of fail. But if they're going to fail to that extent, I mean, it's going to be dire, isn't it? I mean, I don't know how the party could persist after that sort of a defeat, but that's intrigued me. And also very interesting, everybody was assuming that the collapsed NDP vote would mean that they would all go to the Liberals, but that doesn't seem to have happened in Sean Fraser's riding anyway.
No,
and it's just refreshed and it's increased now. So the Conservative candidate is now 330 votes ahead. So, and it's getting close. This is the real thriller so far for me, I would say.
And how many? And what's the percentage in on that one now?
61.1.
Yeah, and then the advance votes, do they count those after, or do they count them at the same, or are those already counted?
No, there'll be a poll that will be done with as those, so they can do them, pretty much at the same time. But you will see them come in because they come in as a special ballot.
There you go. And I'm interested to see what happens with the Bloc. I mean, that could be the big wild card as well. If the Bloc does well, that'll hurt the Liberals as well.
Well, I wanted to see 8. I wanted to see 8 votes come out of Atlantic, 8
ridings
out of Atlantic Canada for the Conservatives, and I felt like if they could have that number of seats, I think it would bode well in other areas.
Well, we got 10
We've got 10 so far, at least in some cases leading. So. That actually brought a smile to my face to see that they're leading in that many of them.
And and there's the Bloc just hit the board there. The Bloc is now leading in one. Out here in BC, the polls close in about just under an hour now.
Yeah. So please, if you are watching this and you have not voted yet, please get out and vote. This is your democratic chance, and it's a chance to really voice what you want to see and who you want to be the next leader of Canada. And for the first time, Jim, I think that we actually have an opportunity to see BC make a lot of the heads turn and it not be just decided on the East. My hope is that we don't know who won by the time the polls close here, and that we actually see BC, swing the tide and to whoever gets to win at the end of this night. So
yeah, we talked about that earlier, that BC may be
The decider.
the decider in this election.
Yeah.
If things are fairly tight, I mean, it looks like the optics look good for the Conservatives. If you look at the rallies and if you look at social media, it looks good. But if you look at the polls, not so good.
No.
So that's really going to be the question of tonight too. How good were the polls?
Yeah, although the polls, the polls were all within that margin of error.
Yeah.
So, it does kind of bode, and if I think back to the 2013 provincial election, the polls showed that the NDP were going to win. They showed that the NDP were going to win all the way up until the final hours of the election, and yet, it was a strong majority for Christy Clark and the BC Liberals at that time. So, it can really go either way. And, if I'm looking at which pollsters did the best, I'm not sure who. And most of the ones are saying it's within the margin of error. It could go either way right now. And it depends on who gets out the vote, which demographics were not covered sufficiently within the polls, and also how efficient those votes are. And you've definitely seen the leaders getting into those urban areas and really campaigning very hard up until the 11th hour.
I think they've worked really hard. That last the video there with Pierre Poilievre and his wife there, that was a fairly emotional one that I think got a lot of people's heartstrings. I think they're tired. I think they're absolutely tired, and she's been on the road with them the whole time too.
Yeah.
Right? So,
and I can't imagine how tiring that would be. It is, when you think about just how many hours, even that last day, how many hours of energy that was. I mean, they were probably up at the before the crack of dawn, and obviously the sun had already set by the time they were having that moment. So I totally understand why it would be emotional, and those that attended that particular rally were very moved by that moment.
Yeah, what do you think of the last day there, Ian? How did it play out for you, as expected, or?
Well, I think it was defiled in a disgraceful way, wasn't it, by the incident in Vancouver. I feel like that hung in the air a bit, didn't it? And it was a weird feeling because of that. But yeah, I mean, that was an interesting one with Pierre. When he was sort of exhausted on the stage there. Whereas Carney I don't think at any point Carney has seemed tired or really bothered. He's pretty unflappable, isn't he, Carney? So you didn't get to see that level of emotion from him. But it was interesting. I mean, I would say, well, a couple of things. In 9 minutes, the polls close in the all-important Quebec and Ontario, and also Manitoba, actually. Riding, so that's going to be massive. That's when things are really going to kick off, I think.
Yeah.
But I would also say something that Renee mentioned earlier about the polls and the demographics, because that's something that maybe not a lot of people understand about polling. That's the bit, that's the guesswork, isn't it? Is who's actually going to vote, and then you look at the demographics, and then you have to select your sample based on that. And that could be the biggest surprise of all, couldn't it? Like who's actually going to go out there and vote? And if it is going to be a lot more young people than usual, and you sort of alluded to that, didn't you, when in reference to 2015?
Yeah.
If that happens, then those polls they become trash, really, don't they? It's like, because they've got it wrong. They've sampled it wrong. They've not got enough young people, or they've not got enough people within a certain income bracket or something like that. So, I mean, yeah, it could still be very unpredictable. And if it was going to happen in any election, you'd think it would be this one, because it's been such a bizarre, surreal experience, hasn't it, so far? And I'm just checking in on our friend Sean there, and
it's not looking good
he's still
for him.
about 400 votes. Yeah, he's about 400 votes behind. That does not look good. But I don't know. Maybe they're going to find a nice box. I don't know. I'm not I'm not trying to impugn the electoral integrity there, but I mean, sometimes that does happen, doesn't it? Where you get a good box for one party.
Yeah, I still remember during my election, when we went, because 2020 there were so many mail-in ballots, and so nobody knew who had won for another month after the election, and we went to the elections BC counting, and we're all sitting there, and one of the counters said, "Oh, we found Renee's neighborhood," because every single ballot was like, you know, and so it was, maybe it was my neighborhood, and maybe it was a really good job of our GOTV or get out the vote, area, but for whatever reason that was a strong. So there are those areas that just happen to lean one way or another. So you're not wrong, Ian, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
I know when I was talking to,
But
go ahead, Ian.
no, I was just going to say, you've got this other map here. We've seen the map of the 2021 election, but the other map that you've got in there in that document is the 338 Canada predictions, or projections, as they like to say. They try to claim that it's not a prediction. But already that's history, isn't it? That already doesn't apply, because I mean, it did seem like they'd gone a little bit too far, and leaned into the sort of liberal momentum a little bit, but that's already been blown apart, because two
Yeah.
seats so far look like conservative in Newfoundland. So it's interesting to highlight.
Yes, very interesting. And I think that's why, I was looking at that, and it's like, if the conservatives even get 8, it's gonna start to shape or to shift, how those voting maps look. So it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, and I think that definitely Atlantic Canada kind of always has leaned to the Liberal side, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, just getting any wins out of there, I think, would be big for the Conservative Party.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you do have, I mean, you've got some of these that are so decided. You're looking at, whether it's the Tobique Mataquac. Oh my goodness, I am butchering that. Forgive my French. Yeah, yeah, Mataquai. Okay.
There you go. That sounded pretty
There you
good.
go. But I don't think that's it, because, but anyway, and it's 9,500 votes to 5,000. It's a decided conservative win. Right next door to Fredericton, where you have the Liberal incumbent, David Miles, by exactly the opposite, where he's winning by 9,000, and Brian McDonald's got 5,000. So definitely a different story. But you know what? To Ian's point, in this particular riding, the NDP have dropped to 2%. Man, they are not looking good right now. When you've got
Ouch.
2% and the CFP are at 1%, yeah, not looking good. Not looking good. So that's going to be a huge story, I think, for tonight, is the collapse of the NDP vote. And Jagmeet, the story, the case study of what he did wrong, and how he held on for his pension rather than for the people of Canada, will probably be told for many years to come.
Yeah, and the PPC, I mean, they're almost irrelevant in all these.
Yeah.
And as is the Green Party, for sure, too. I mean, those ones.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, some of these, we've got, 60% of the polls that have already come in, and, we've got Rob Moore, basically a decided lead. And, it looks like, they've almost called that one. He's leading by 5,000 votes in Fundy Royal. And then we've got in St. John St. Croix, we got, John Williamson again by another 3,000. We're looking at percentages that are very high, 57.5% of the vote is going to the Conservative candidate right now. So those are very high percentages.
It is interesting, isn't it, so far? I mean, definitely the Conservatives are going to be the happier. And I mean, I'm just following it now. Still, I'm obsessively following Sean Fraser. Still losing, but no. What I would say is Quebec might throw sand in the Conservative eyes, as it's done so many times. Because the one time that I agree with them when they talk about how their sort of uniqueness and all the rest of it, and how they are a nation, is in their electoral habits, their voting habits. And I would say, whatever is going on in the rest of Canada, almost certainly that is not the case in Quebec. And I'd say that'll be very interesting anyway, because it's just you look at these early provinces to declare. You look at the Atlantic provinces and you think, okay, this is how the election is going to go, because it's one country and everybody in the country basically thinks the same thing and has the same sort of conversations. But that's not true in Quebec. They very much do their own thing. So
But
it'll
Ian,
be very intriguing to see.
And I totally agree with you, but and I do think that there's a story to be told with the Bloc. But I find that the Bloc either goes Bloc or Liberal, and I don't think that you could say that Blanchette ran a poor a poor campaign. He was full of vitriol. He had his his for Quebec sort of mantras going. It'll be interesting to see if the Liberals can steal any seats from him. And if that is the case, then yeah, that might help them. But I think that it's like the Quebec story is similar to like the prairie stories, right? Where you've got this like very juxtaposed, areas that favor one side or the other. And Quebec right now we're talking about maybe they'll go Bloc, maybe they'll go Liberal, but I have not seen the polling shape shifting for the prairies. So far, Saskatchewan and Alberta have remained very steadfast in their numbers. So that would be interesting to see if the prairies hold and Quebec shifts, what impact that'll have on the overall election results tonight.
Yeah, lots of stuff on the line, and we talked about the platform. We did that whole show on the platform,
Mm-hmm.
and it was very interesting when I was talking to a lot of people when they're voting, and they don't read the platforms. I interviewed the NDP candidate, and he hadn't read the platforms of either of those parties, and he hadn't even, I don't think he'd read his own platform.
Well, what's really interesting to me is like, just today I was at an industry luncheon and, having a conversation with one of my colleagues. And he was like, well, they put the platforms out too late. They should have put them out right at the beginning of the election so that, we could have read them. And I said, well, I read them. It doesn't take that long to read them. Like you just have to, or have ChatGPT or Chad, as I like to call him, have Chad read it for you and just give you a synopsis and tell you, based on who you are, which party you should favor. I find that really interesting. But, my husband was saying to me yesterday, Renee, not everyone reads like you do. Not everyone sits there up, from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m., basically, going across all different media channels trying to find snippets of news. So you're right. I probably overdo things, but I was also surprised that, if you are on the fence, one of the best ways to figure out, which of these parties you should go for is, or to vote for is to read their party platforms.
Yeah, and I think that's such an informed way to look at it too, because it's what are you getting? And then even their writing style, does that appeal to you? Because if you ran that through Chat, I call him Q. If you ran it through your friend there, and you could ask them to take out all the words that don't mean anything, you would end up with a really slimmed down document.
Yeah,
and you would see that who's writing in plain English and who's writing to kind of like bamboozle you or kind of trick you into reading a bunch of pretty words. Yeah. Pretty words don't mean nothing at the end of the day. Ian and I talked about this earlier today. Sometimes when a lot of people really want to retain power and they sell tomorrow so that they can win today, but it's not really good for the future of the nation.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I would say though, talking about people who are undecided, I think the Carney factor has contributed a lot to that, hasn't it? Because the prior matchup, I think people generally felt quite comfortable there. They knew Trudeau and they knew Poilievre. And also Jagmeet Singh, I suppose. They kind of knew the lay of the land. But Carney is a bit of a mysterious figure, isn't he? And he sort of remains so because he's not, he obviously he's been around ages and he's had very high profile jobs, but he doesn't kind of give very much of himself away. He is quite a sort of Sphinx-like creature, isn't he? So I think that's probably confused a lot of people.
I was stopped by a neighbor this morning as, he was walking his dog and he said, I'm so confused, almost their exact words. He's like, you know what, I've always been a liberal, but I couldn't vote for Trudeau, but now I don't know who to vote for. And I think you're exactly right, Ian. I think that, and I think that many, political science paper will be written about why, Gerald Butts decided the timing of when Carney and the leadership race was going to happen, and how the election ensued right afterwards. So I do think that he hasn't had enough time for people to really get to know him, and as we saw the campaign go on, we saw people pulling back from him a little bit. And, even this morning, the polling that was done around which of these leaders is better able to take on Trump, we saw the numbers decreasing for Carney and increasing for Pierre again. So, it is very interesting that I loved how you put that, Ian. He didn't give away much of himself. We were just talking about the very emotional rally that was held last night with Pierre and his wife, Anna. And, we didn't see that same emotion shared between, Carney and his wife. Carney's wife didn't travel with him all the time. And we didn't really get to know them or get to know him as well as maybe other times. Here's another upset, though. I just wanted to draw our attention. Long Range Mountains, we see that Carol Anstey is, basically the decided, there's 225 out of 253 polls that have already reported. She is 4,500 votes ahead of the incumbent, Don Bradshaw, which is a Liberal. So that is an upset there. And then we see another upset happening right now in Terra Nova, which is much closer to call. And I wouldn't say is able to be called right now. We're only 1.5% separating. But again, that would be an upset with Jonathan Rowe taking that seat away from Anthony Germain. So we do see some upsets happening out there in the Maritimes. And it'll be interesting to see if that is a sign of more things to come.
The rock is looking awfully blue.
The rock is very blue, except for one little tiny red, the little tiny red part right over there. So yeah,
the rock is looking. But
this is something that, in a way, it's kind of this is a surprise, but also it's not, is it? Because the Newfoundland, as well as many other parts of Canada, were like 20, 30 points ahead for the Conservatives for something like a year, or maybe even more than a year. I find it very difficult to wrap my head around that, how people could be pretty settled on voting Conservative for so long, and then all of a sudden say, "Oh no, I'm going to go Liberal," and then the polls kind of switched. I mean, I do find that odd when you have that kind of consistent 20-point lead for the Conservatives for so long. I mean, clearly, lots and lots of people had made their mind up that they wanted a Conservative government. It's kind of hard to imagine that those people would just, at the drop of a hat, would just sort of say, "Nah, I'm not bothered anymore." So I feel like maybe that's been underestimated a little, how committed they actually were.
Okay, but again, those polls we're talking about, people were being asked if they were voting for Pierre Poilievre or Justin Trudeau, right? And so I think that's what we see, is that 20% was a really "I hate Justin Trudeau" rather than a "I love Pierre Poilievre." And I think that what Pierre had to do was really show himself as something different than what he was painted as, right? Like the Trump-esque, the bulldog in the House, the opposition. I think that when he answered that one question in that podcast interview, what do you say to those that say that you're really Trump-esque? And he says, well, I think that people misunderstand the burden that I carry as his loyal opposition leader, and in advocating for people and what they want against government and who I actually am. And I think that is really difficult. It's difficult to shake when you've had as many years as you have in opposition, as Pierre has, to really, become the hope, the hope one. And you look at Barack Obama is a great example of how he never had to do that. He never had to criticize government, right? He barely had any time in government before he was really, cast into a leader role. And that's why, the Democratic Convention, I was like, he's going to be the next, president of the United States, when he delivered that resounding speech that really had a true message of hope. So I do think it's going to be, how much did Pierre, do, and was it enough? And I'm not sure it was, when you have a brand new candidate that doesn't have this sort of same airs as what Trudeau did before him.
You and I talked earlier about the Rock, Ian, and I was saying that the Rock is typically a blue-collar kind of workforce, and I'm not surprised that the blue-collar kind of has gone blue there.
And yet has gone red so many times, hasn't it? In
very much so.
In history.
There you go.
But that was kind of, that was the story, wasn't it? Like if you go back to the sort of the beginning of the end for Trudeau when he tried to sort of mess around with the carbon tax to benefit the Maritimes. That was because they were worried, weren't they? They were worried that it started to turn blue. So I mean, that was kind of the story for a while, wasn't it? And it seems like even though a lot of recent polls have suggested that, the Liberals were back in there, maybe they're not pleased with the Liberal Party and they're starting to express themselves.
How is our friend Sean Fraser doing right now?
Not good.
He's 452, if I can add up, if I can subtract one number from another, behind the Conservatives. So it's 48% to the Conservatives,
Oh, they still got
45.7 to Sean.
lots of polls left in
Lots
that
of
one,
polls
though.
still to go. Yeah, lots of polls still to go.
But that's been a consistent lead across a lot of boxes.
It
So
really
I don't know. I mean,
and
let's see.
And the margin is widening. It was about 1.5%, and now it's about 2.5%. So the percentage is widening just slightly.
I've been a returning officer a few times in my lifetime, and it's funny how as you count the things that the statistics just kind of work as you're pulling out of the box. They just kind of work out, right? Unless you find this box,
The magic box.
You find the magic box, but
where it's actually.
And it could be a riding that is like heavily, or not a riding, an area that, like a pole that is very heavily slanted towards somebody, or even advanced polls. I would think that the advanced polls must favor the Conservatives in this because it's usually, we talked about this before too. It's usually the change, right? Like, and that was a record, almost 7.4 million advanced polls.
Yeah, I mean, the pollsters were trying to downplay that a little bit and say, well, both of these votes are a vote for change. Carney is change, as is, Pierre, or Polyev. But one of the things I would say is that, Carney's party's already in power. He's already the prime minister. So I think it was a little bit different than what it has been in the past. And I would say that vote for change would be a vote for Polyev. So that would be my suspicion as well, but you never know. People are getting more used to voting in advance and using the opportunity that they have to do so. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens.
So 3338 had the Bloc getting 23 seats, and right now the Bloc is leading in. I'll find it here in a second with all these clicking around here. Leading in 12.
There you go.
And
although they have it's only 11 minutes in, but yeah.
They just started counting there too. And we're starting to see some of the poll results come through from little bits of blue starting to show up across Canada there.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously this is just elected and leading, but right now it's the Liberals 37, the Conservatives 26. So definitely, and we haven't even ventured into Manitoba yet. So even that is will be very interesting. My assumption is that Ontario is going to show us maybe where BC will end up falling as well, and just how well the Conservatives did in getting out their vote and where the youth were. Ian, I loved your point about the pollsters because you're right. They try and get enough of each demographic that they think are going to vote. And, I was looking at some of the polls and the demographics that they represented. And in 3 of the last polls that I was looking at, they had favored the above 55 demographic almost 2-1 on the 18 to 35. And the only poll that had an equal number of the 18 to 35 and the above 55 was the one poll that showed the Conservatives with a lead in that last little bit. So very, very interesting, and I think it really could shape how things go tonight.
Oh yeah. So
I think that's beyond their ability to predict, isn't it? Ultimately, if it's a normal election, they can look at the previous one and the one before that, and probably it'll be fine. It'll be pretty much the same. But this isn't a normal election, is it? And I think that's the key. This is a weird election for many reasons. I mean, there's a canvas there for the Conservatives at my door today, and I had a sort of brief chat with him, and he said something similar. He's like a real old greybeard. Clearly, he's been in the game for a very long time. And he just said, obviously, the polls suggest that the Liberals are going to win, but this is the weirdest election I've ever seen in my life. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. And I think that was like a very honest response, which you might not expect from a sort of canvasser, a random guy knocking on your door. But yeah, I think that's it, isn't it? This is a really strange election for so many reasons. I mean, we were talking earlier, Jim, about foreign interference. I
Oh,
mean, the extent to which the Americans have interfered in this election, this is kind of like, this is the kind of thing that happens in some obscure corner of Africa or something like that, where one country, like Rwanda, let's say, interferes in another country's election, like in Congo. It's kind of like, and then we read the article on CNN and we're like, wow, they get up to some crazy stuff there. But it's happening here. The
yeah.
Americans have interfered in this election just in such an astonishing way. I've never ever seen anything like that in my life. I don't. Has there ever been anything like this in like between democratic countries, between Western countries? I really don't think there has. And that's on top of everything else. That's on top of 10 years of the Liberals, Justin Trudeau, Mark Carney, rising crime, a stalling economy, GDP per capita declines, inability to buy a house, etc., etc. It's kind of all of these things are converging into this weird whirlwind that we're experiencing now. So yeah, I mean, who knows what's going to happen? I don't think the pollsters really did, but let's see. Let's see if they did now.
Well, and I think that what you can look at is the pollsters, the general trend. The general trend was, the conservatives were leading, the liberals elect a new leader, they start leading, and then it really, and then it basically peaks and then starts to come back towards each other again. So I do think that yeah, that maybe on a trend basis we'll be able to look back and say, yeah, the pollsters kind of had it right. But when you're going into election day, with 75% of voters still out there ready to vote, and then you've got essentially a neck and neck race separated by the margin of error in the polls. It really is anyone's race, and it's anyone's vote, and it will be really telling. But Ian, you make a great point about what's going on with election interference and international interference. I do think that Trump played a huge role in this election, but I also think that China. If we look at Sam Cooper, I don't know how much more loud he can get trying to draw attention, and really the media completely ignored him and his pleas in terms of foreign interference with what China was doing.
Yeah, I like the Trump thing. Like it's surreal. Like why would he do such a thing on our election day to top it off? It just seems like he's trying to rip this nation apart. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. And obviously, and it favors the liberals for some strange reason. And yeah, and because that's Carney's whole campaign is based on the fear of Donald Trump. I mean, that was his Trump card, basically.
Yeah, the only thing that I can think of is that it having a weakened Canadian economy favors becoming the 50 first state. So I don't that's the only thing I can think
Well,
of.
there's a lot of other people out there saying that he's actually trying to weaken it so that some people get so irritated, like like the Bloc said, like Blanchette said. He said, like Quebec kind of has special status in Canada, and he said it was the Liberals that said that Canada is not even it's a post-national state and has no real identity. And he said, well, if every other province should do what we do and just demand it, he said, because Quebec is a sovereign nation and within a dysfunctional nation.
Yeah.
So what is that supposed to mean?
Yeah.
I would say as well, just you're definitely right, Renee, about China. The Chinese do it sort of a bit more undercover, though, don't they? They try and be a bit more secretive about it. But I mean, then again, as you mentioned, the bureau, isn't it? His website, that guy. It's not really that subtle, is it? To be honest, like they are caught an awful lot. They are like their operatives, and their influence is identified all over the place. It's and obviously CSIS is all over that, and maybe not enough, but we certainly know about it. But the other one is India, isn't it? Which is quite interesting. And it seems like they're on different sides. So we've got India and China kind of backing different horses in the Canadian election, and it's just kind of what a peculiar position to be in. It's it's sort of it's a bit humbling in a sense, isn't it? As
Uh,
here we are, and we think of ourselves as like first world country, kind of like in charge of the world kind of thing. And there's we hear a lot of colonialism and all this kind of stuff, and it's always from the 19th century, and it's always kind of like Canada on top in some way, or the British or the Americans. But the real story is we're kind of we're like a battleground for two supposedly sort of third world countries or like developing countries, but they're here. Like we're not backing anyone in China, for example, or India. Like it's very much them here, and we are the victims. And it's kind of it's a bit of a wake up call, I think, really, of what the rest of this century is going to look like.
yeah, and I do think that we have to think about why. Why are we such a hot commodity for other countries to try and interfere? Are our laws too lax? Do we need to change how we actually interact with other countries so that we are less able to be influenced? You know, or is it our natural resources that these other countries are really wanting? Or is it the fact that we are the largest shared border with the United States, and that gives them a better position of power against the United States? It's an interesting question. I have no idea what the actual answer is. Or is it, D, all of the above? And we should be looking at all of those things and really protecting those in much greater stead. But to not recognize the influence and to not acknowledge it and try to shut it down, I think is a really problematic.
I would say so. And then just looking at what's in there for votes in total right now, the NDP definitely very light on their voting,
Ugh.
like really, really light.
Oh,
And obviously, there's a leadership issue that'll have to be discussed
oh yeah.
at some
Jagmeet's
point
out.
here.
Jagmeet's out. They right now they're sitting at one seat, even in leading, and yeah, that's very bad, very very bad.
Well, he might be shunted out generously by his own riding. And if that happens, then they don't even have to have a conversation about it, do they? He's history.
Absolutely agreed. Absolutely.
And if you look at Ontario right now, the map there, it's showing that a big blue horseshoe and a little red spot in the middle there. That's typical, right? That's where that's where all the ridings are, though, is in that little bit of the inside the horseshoe there.
Agreed. Sean Fraser right now is still trailing, but they did find the box with more votes for him. So he's down by 1% instead of 2%, or just over 1%, 1.3% instead of 2.5%. So definitely, maybe too close to call, because now it's down to about 400 votes instead of the 500 that it was.
So do they count the advanced votes after all the polls, or do they just count them whenever the boxes show up kind of thing?
It's whenever the boxes show up, and if you go onto Elections Canada, it'll say like special ballot, and it'll have that as a poll. So it can be counted at any point.
Well, there you go.
They did say, though, that in Nepean, no, sorry, not Nepean, Carleton, Pierre Poilievre's riding, that they started to count a bit early. Now, I don't know if that means advance ballots or just the people who'd come in early in the day, but they I think it's 6 hours, they said, because obviously a lot of people that think that they're funny decided to register as independents in Carleton. And so there's like 90 candidates or something like that. And Elections Canada was saying they couldn't handle it.
And didn't they all have the same agent too?
It's ridiculous.
It's actually it's an advocacy group that is trying to get rid of first past the post, the electoral system, and that they've chosen to bombard that riding. And then they said oh, we would have done Nepean too, we would have done Mark Carney's, but he was parachuted in at the last second, and we couldn't get the signatures together.
Yeah, I think that that's an abuse of the election process, and really doesn't show a huge amount of respect for democracy. I understand that many feel that first past post should go to the way of proportional representation, but the reality is that is the system that we have. So trying to use that system to make a point, I think is a little bit is a little bit of a slap in the face. So and
It's one of those things. It's almost like taking it's almost like going to one of those old newspaper stands and like taking out all the newspapers, where you just put in your one coin when you're supposed to take one, but you just take them. It's one of those systems that we almost didn't realize that we even needed to have extra rules in place because nobody had really abused it until this point. But it is an abuse. It's like one of those areas where it's like, all right, so now we're going to have to try and do something to stop that because somebody's come in and there was this unwritten rule and they've trashed it. And that is what it looks like. I know they think that their cause is righteous, but so does everybody with a cause. It doesn't mean that you should do something like that because they're not serious. It's not like there are all these like dozens and dozens of people that are serious and think that they're going to be elected. They all know they're not going to be elected. They're not trying to be elected. They're trying to get attention for their cause. So
totally.
it is a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
Is this what we expected so far, though? Here we're, like coming across Canada now, and then the Liberals are leading by 77, but the East is obviously their strength with the Atlantic provinces and that, and the Conservatives leading in 55, and the Bloc now leading in 10, and the NDP with just 1.
What this shows to me is that it actually could come down to BC again. I mean, I know we keep talking, we've mentioned that a couple of times, but for me, it's like, okay, is this following what I expected? For the most part, yeah, it's going to be stronger for the Liberals on the East. It's going to move to the prairies where the Conservatives are stronger, and then really it's going to come down to, okay, who where in BC does everyone fall into line? So it'll really be an interesting vote. That's an election that's decided by the last votes that are cast.
One poll is reported in the territories there. And 13 votes for the Liberals and 7 for the Conservatives, and 1 singular vote for the NDP.
Oh wow!
As we're starting to see the Canada start to light up here now.
Man, I would if I was Jagmeet Singh, I would be so horrified by this result, like just absolutely horrified. He did not resonate. He did not achieve any sort of attraction whatsoever, and really shows that he was nothing more than a prop for Justin Trudeau for many years.
How's Chrystia Freeland doing, Ian?
The Elections Canada website has crashed, so it's been absolutely terrible. It's talk about democracy, the health of democracy. That's not very good, is it?
Ian, Josh might want to come in for a second.
There's a video from Steve at Stephen Fear.
Okay. So we're going to cut in with, is that on X there,
Yes.
Josh? So we're going to play a little video from X there for you. Steve McNall, one of our reporters, is out there at camp.
Brar, the volunteer coordinator with Stephen Fear's Liberal campaign for Kelowna Lake Country. And Rick, what did Stephen get up to today?
He was just in the office rallying the troops, getting everybody super excited, super motivated to get all the volunteers out to vote. So it's been a really good day for him. He's feeling motivated, very excited, and we're feeling pretty good about this.
Now, your campaign party is here at the office. What is the schedule kind of for tonight?
We don't know what the results are going to look like. It's a very tight race, so he's going to come in later tonight and he'll say what he can. And, we're going to have a great time, regardless, celebrate whatever the outcome may be.
Now, he is kind of contending for this riding, but he's been the MP before.
Yes.
So that makes the race even more interesting.
Yes.
Has that played into it a lot when he's been door knocking or campaigning?
Oh yes, there's been a lot of excitement at the doors. When he was out there with the volunteers talking to people at the doorsteps, they were so excited to see that he had stepped up once again and to serve the community. So he's feeling pretty good about this. We're all feeling pretty motivated and excited about this.
Excellent. Well, thanks for your time.
Thank you so much.
So there you go. That was Steve McNall out at the Stephen Fear campaign party. And that's Stephen, that's Steve McNall's first time ever using the eCam link. So,
Oh, very nice. Look at him
so
go.
a reporter of 30 plus years there trying out some new technology. So
Absolutely.
we don't have the budget of CBC. Even if we could have just a fraction of that budget.
Oh, isn't that the truth, hey? Isn't that the truth?
It's tightening up there. Look, leading right now, 84 seats for the Liberals, leading and elected, and the Conservatives at 61, and the Bloc at 12, which is almost what was that that they're supposed to get according to the? Oh no, they're supposed to get 23 according to the 338 stuff there.
But right now, it looks like anything that the Bloc is ceding, it looks like it's going to the Liberals. So that that definitely looks like the way that it's falling. I'm trying to find ones that are being taken by Conservatives, but so far I haven't. You asked about Chrystia Freeland. She's leading 68% to 23 so far. So she looks very safe
that one
in her
would
seat.
shock me if she wins. Like like after being finance minister and even calling out her own policies. Remember, saying things like they were nothing but not campaign gimmicks, political gimmicks, and in a resignation there, shocking that
Yeah, very shocking indeed.
We haven't heard much from her though, have we? She's clearly HQ has told Chrystia Freeland to make herself scarce. Haven't seen anything from her. Haven't seen anything really from any of the sort of famous faces like Mark Miller. Haven't heard a peep from him.
No, they have absolutely been told to be silenced, 100%, 100%, and duck and cover. Do not be seen. Yeah. So.
I mean, that kind of tells you something. I mean, obviously we're interested in politics, and obviously Renee, that was your sort of profession, if you consider it that, for a while. So we know about this kind of stuff, but I would say the average voter doesn't realize that that's happening, and I wonder what would they actually make of that. I mean, do they actually care? I do have a feeling if that was kind of shown to them, like, yeah, the Liberal Party is doing pretty much everything it can to keep certain people away from TV cameras because it knows that the chances are high that the public are going to despise them. What would people think of that? I wonder if they were like given an insight into that.
Oh man, I think if people understood what was going on in war rooms and by political parties, I think they would be a lot more cynical than what they are today. Just to see how much they are manipulated, and your point is exactly right. People don't think I didn't see so and so. They just think, oh, that's who I saw, or that's what I heard, or that's what I did. The one thing, and I don't know if you guys have talked about it, but in talking about war rooms, etc., Carney's conversation that kind of came to light over the last few days. I wonder how much that affected polls. Just eroding some of the trust or some of the glimmer off of the shine that he had. That was a really interesting to me, and definitely seemed very, very odd.
So there you go. Polls are now closed across the country. That's it. If you didn't vote, you're going to have to vote next time.
Yeah.
They're now closed at 7:01 here, and that's it for polls. So now we await the results. And right
Unless
now,
you're still in the line, in which case they'll let you in. If you're still in the line after the hour.
Yeah, I think they
let you finish up there. Yeah. But I imagine for the most part, that's it. No getting in line, I guess. They'll put a thing at the end there. But tightening up, though, leading as we start to see the stuff move west here. There's 95 leading and elected for the Liberals and 71 for the Conservatives.
Yeah. The surprising one for me is the Bloc. I really thought they would be, more than the 14 that they are leading in right now. So, I'm going to try and see how many of those polls
tight.
Have come in and how many are tight. But yeah, it definitely feels light to me in terms of how many that we're seeing so far. I mean, I guess like yeah, one of them I clicked on, only 18 out of 276 have actually been reported yet. 5 out of 253.
There's a blue one in there somewhere.
Oh, is there?
There is, right? Right.
There are still some close ones. There's still some close ones. So
Yeah.
it'll be very interesting to see. Oh, yeah, there we go. So it'll be interesting to see. Oh, but yeah, only 76 to 59 votes so far. Fanny Boulanger.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get.
I'm just looking now here, and it looks like the Bloc are about to surpass the NDP in total votes, which is a bit of a yet another sort of bad sign for the NDP. A party that only it's just about to do it. It's going to happen very soon, I think. A party that only contests elections in one province is about to leapfrog the NDP in total votes.
And if you look at the PPC, then they don't even have 10,000 votes yet.
No, I think this is going to signal the end of the PPC. I think they're done. I also think the NDP are going to really have to have the Green Party even. Obviously Elizabeth May's riding is out on the island, so we're not going to see that until the BC election comes in. But very surprising if they even keep their seats at this point. Very, very surprising. And I was on the island this last week, and I will say, lots of conversation about Conservatives out there. So very different tenor than what I've heard in the past. It was a very surprising, sort of to hear all of that was going on there.
So, how's it looking for Sean Fraser? You're obsessing about it. I imagine you're watching it.
I was watching it on the Elections Canada website. Let's see if they haven't fixed it. Yeah, it's still down. That's a bit of a disgrace, that one. I would say, just to back to Renee's point there about Vancouver Island. What's your expert assessment of that then? Do you think it's is it crime?
Well, typically the island will go. I think Victoria will probably go either NDP or Liberal. So Victoria proper will probably do that. Laurel Collins is the current sitting MP for Victoria there. So, it would be interesting to see whether or not she keeps her seat. But, the rest of Victoria is a little bit misunderstood. People kind of see it as granola heads and left of center sort of. But they're really big unions. Lots of unions on the island. Lots of really good working folk who are in the forestry industry. In the fishing industry, and so I could see Pierre really resonating more with that. We saw a lot of unions coming out in support of Pierre. We didn't see that same support coming out for the Liberals or coming out from the NDP this time around. So it'll be very interesting, but I do think that it's a possibility that we see a swing on the island, and that some sort of balance of power goes in the Conservatives' direction.
Yeah,
It would be pretty huge, I think, wouldn't it? I mean, and obviously the Tories think that they have a chance because they've been there, spent a hell of a lot of time there.
Indeed. Back to Sean Fraser, it does look like he's still losing. He is now down by 250 votes, but by only 1%. So it does look like he has not been able to get that to change a whole lot there. And now again, we've only got about a third of the votes left. So, it could change, but for right now, it's looking like Bryson Jenkins is slated to take that one.
Yeah, and
he won it by just under 5,000 votes last time. So he won it pretty comfortably last time.
Oh, yeah.
And obviously, if he's going to win this time, it's definitely not going to be comfortable.
No.
And then the NDP finally on the board with 4 leading. And then again, what they did last time in 2021, it's that Nunavut and Churchill riding in there, the north of Manitoba and up into Nunavut there and into the Arctic there.
Yeah.
Could be very important.
That could be, yeah.
Not very many votes out there.
I was going to say
Churchill,
only 1 out of 66 right now in Nunavut. So, it's not a decided victory as of yet.
Yeah. And I've worked up in that area there. She cold.
She's cold. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
but beautiful.
Beautiful.
Very, very
Absolutely
interesting.
beautiful. You want to see the Northern Lights? That's the place to go.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely
Or
spectacular.
polar bears.
Or polar bears, or large fish for that matter, like large fish, like pickerel and jack, and yeah, some of the best fish to eat too is the pickerel.
Yeah, but I mean, as I'm looking across the prairies, obviously not a whole lot, probably only about 10% of the votes that have come in so far. But you're looking at, like, if I look at Battleford's Lloydminster, Meadow Lake, Rosemary Falk, obviously the incumbent there, but she's winning right now by 5,000 votes out of a total of 7,300 cast. So that's a very decided position to be in at the beginning there. So, again, if we talk about what we expected, yes, a little bit more red out on the east, but they had some flips out in the Atlantic Canada region. And now we're seeing, as the prairies come out, it's a blue wave, except for the northern parts of those two, Manitoba and Saskatchewan. Obviously, very early, only 10% approximately of the votes being counted. But yeah, definitely looks similar to what we thought it would.
Mm-hmm. Very, very interesting. Do you want to take a couple-minute break here? Do you
Sure.
Yeah, we'll just take a break here. We're going to run our election 2025 intro here for we'll loop it for a couple seconds. We'll be back in about 3 minutes here. And we're back. Look at that. And we're back. Yeah, so CTV is already predicting a Liberal win. Not a majority yet, but they're predicting a win. We're not doing that yet.
No, I think it's too close.
I've coached too many years, and then I said, when we're down, you can always put the puck in the net.
But the one race that we were watching, Sean Fraser in Central Nova took over Bryson Jenkins by about, it looks like 85 votes or so.
Comeback is on. CBC has also declared a Liberal win, by the way, so that's the herd lining up.
They declared that last week, though.
Yeah, I was going to
say. In their dreams.
They declared that a while ago.
Yeah, there's that.
So I think the question is, it looks like it's going to be, what's the nature of this Liberal win? Unless BC is going to surprise everybody and go very, very conservative.
Well, I mean, the other option is the Conservatives are close, and the NDP get nothing, and then the Bloc says they don't want to do a deal with the Liberals, and then it would be up to the Conservatives and the Bloc to do something.
Yeah, there are still a few different scenarios there.
Because I think the Bloc would be more favorable with the Conservatives than with the Liberals. They seem to talk that way anyway, so there's that option. Because with the NDP with a couple of seats, they're not going to have a lot of bargaining power. They don't have a lot of chips left, and they basically decimated their party to give it all to the Liberals too.
Yeah, it's going to be. I mean, the Bloc was saying that they could. At first, it was like we'll join with Polyev, and then it was like, no, we can make a deal with Carney. So we'll see. I mean, it would be very interesting to see the Bloc hold the balance of power. Very interesting indeed, because they really are very Quebec centric. So it'll be an interesting one.
Still down to the wire. We're starting to see some BCs starting to, like, some of the polls are starting to report now. We're starting to see a little bit here show up.
Yeah, and the polls in BC just closed 15 minutes ago, but there are some that are on a different time zone than we are.
Right,
I know that a lot of people.
There, yeah.
I know a lot of people think that there's one time zone in BC, but nope, there's four. So definitely, can take different.
When are we going to get rid of that daylight savings time?
Well, there's a law in place already to make it happen. So it's just which leader actually does it and makes it go. So right now, we've got Vernon, Lake Country, Monashee coming in with Scott Anderson, basically at 400 over Anna Warwick-Sears at 162. So, I mean, that's in the first poll. We'll see. Lots more to go. There's 238 more polls there that we need to take a look at.
And Anna Warwick-Sears ran in the provincial election as an NDP candidate.
She did, yes, and then went into the Liberal. So very interesting. Another interesting one, only 8 out of 281 polls, but the Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, that one, Helena Conance, it's her third run as a Conservative, but right now she is leading the Liberal candidate. And remember, it's an NDP held riding right now, but the NDP candidate's not running again. And so right now, Helena is leading that 40.5% to 36.3%. But again, we're talking about a handful of votes rather than anything really substantive as of yet. But we do see Sean Fraser, he's pulling into more of the lead. With 10 more polls that have reported, he's got about 250 more votes than Bryson Jenkins. So, wow, is that ever a close one? Definitely an interesting one still.
He got the boxes, didn't he? I would say, though, if we're going to believe our friends at CTV and CBC and probably Canadian press in the next few minutes and all the rest of it, and that it is indeed going to be a Liberal win. Yep, CP has literally just now joined the party. They think a Liberal government. If it's going to be a minority, which is very, very possible, almost likely, I would say. If you think about, the reason that everybody really wanted an election, it was so that we could have a strong government, wasn't it? And that so that we can go and do battle with the Americans and solve all the problems that we have. But if it's going to be another liberal minority government, 3 in a row, I mean that's a little bit tragic, isn't it? That's kind of the last thing anybody wanted, I would say, is a minority government. Probably even the Liberals didn't want that. So in terms of, obviously, we're sort of jumping the gun a bit here, but if that's what it's going to be a minority government, then I don't know, it's gonna be another difficult parliament, I would imagine.
Yeah, the other thing about a minority government, it's going to be difficult to negotiate against Trump.
Yeah.
So it puts us in a really weakened state, a weakened position, and again, I think it doesn't bode well for us as a country, and it doesn't bode well for us, in the short term or the long term. So it'll be very interesting to see if this holds and if it's a minority or a majority.
It's a wonder why there's
But everything, also infrastructure, everything, every single aspect of governance can just be sort of sabotaged, really, can't it? At any vault, at any minute, it could all just go upside down. And as a consequence, you get this kind of like they play it really safe and they don't really do anything. And that's the last thing that we need now, is a really cautious, nervous, fragile government.
Yeah, and I would say that, typically to create those coalition governments, what ends up happening is you end up having a real ask of money, right? So it's usually not about laws. It's usually not about politics. It's usually about money. We saw the NDP do that with the pharmacare and the dental care. I don't think the Bloc is any different, although it will really weight, Quebec in a financial state different than the Western provinces. So it's going to be very interesting to see how things transpire.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's still really early with only how many votes do we have really counted here? Just under 2 million, maybe?
But the boffins have decided, they've extrapolated, haven't they, as they like to do.
No, I get how stats work, but 2 million votes been counted of, possibly, a total electorate of 29 million?
Yeah, that's not very much. Definitely not a whole lot there.
Yeah, and then last election.
It does seem presumptuous.
The last election in 2021, the Conservatives won 119 seats. And right now, they're at 107 of 271 seats are reporting right now of 343. So lots left. And if you look at that, they're going to do way better than they did before. And the NDP, there's there's very few votes in some of these ridings that the NDP are leading in. Very, very, very few polls reporting, and the NDP lead ones.
Yeah, there's still, there's lots to play for. There's lots to find out. But yeah, usually when nerds win like that and they're all in harmony, I mean, usually we've got to be honest, they're usually right. So I would be surprised if they were all wrong about at least the fundamentals there, which is that the Liberals are going to have a plurality of the seats, and therefore at least a minority government. But it just depends. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the big question now is minority or majority, because I just I would fear for Canada if it's a minority of any stripe, really. But I mean, another minority, and then if it's if you think about how quickly the electorate is going to sour on Mark Carney, I think that's going to happen within months.
So say more about
then
that.
you're in a bad spot then.
So say more about that. Why do you think that the electorate will sour that quickly?
Because because he hasn't had to make any decisions yet, and as soon as he has to make decisions, he's going to alienate people, and then also it's going to be the classic thing, like there are going to be crises will emerge, and he's going to have to pick winners and losers. It's what all leaders have to do, and he's going to make blunders. He seems to be prone to a few gaffes now and then, and everybody in politics is, and leadership. He will make these mistakes, and then the Trump effect, I think, unless he leverages that to stay popular even while he makes mistakes and fails. I don't know, but I have a feeling that the sort of economic reality as well will set in, and then a lot of people like maybe got a bit of a sort of rush of blood to the head because they thought Carney was going to come in and somehow
Save us.
magic some growth into the economy when they realize that that's not going to happen, and it isn't. I mean, it's not possible to change the Canadian economy in 4 years to turn it into a growth machine. He's not going to do that.
Well,
Yeah, I
not,
just think
not,
naturally it will. People will feel alienated, and they'll feel like, well, we got this guy in, we were so excited about him, and he's just as bad as the last team. And then there's that usual kind of sourness.
yeah, and I think that that's especially true if with the deficits that Carney is predicting to run right now. That's a pretty scary thing, especially because he's talking about still having that industrial carbon tax, which again is like a tariff for Canadians. So that should be a moneymaker. It should actually lower the deficit, and if it's lowering the deficit, that means that the taxpayers are paying it both ways. Both on the tariffs or the industrial carbon tax on goods coming into Canada, as well as on taxation to pay for that massive deficit. So very, yeah, I would say alarming to see, how that goes down.
And there's also, isn't there, it's a tradition once when a party wins an election, almost within weeks they say, my God, like the finances, guys, this thing I've inherited here is absolutely terrible. It's look at this garbage fire. And he's going to do that. And even though he was the economic advisor, even though it's his party, he can kind of do it to an extent, can't he? Because he's like, okay, like the real safe pair of hands is in the office now. And he can kind of trash talk Trudeau a little bit maybe and say he's inherited a lot of problems with the economy, but inevitably he is going to start to do that, and it just kind of, I've seen the same thing happen in the UK where the Labour Party won a huge majority last year, even though nobody really likes them. But almost as soon as they got in, it was like just never-ending negativity, and it was like, oh, this economy, it's all so broken. Like, just trust us, guys, we'll fix it. Like often, the governments do that, don't they? New governments where they kind of try and set out their mission, and they usually damn their predecessor, whoever that is. I feel like he will do that. But then it's just the simple fact of the Canadian economy. The fundamentals aren't good, even within the Canadian economy, without looking at the international scene, which is very, very dire, extremely bleak, and will have a huge effect on Canada, regardless of the Canadian economy. But you've got both of those things are negative. Mark Carney, he might think that he can do anything. He might think that he can be an economic wizard and fix things, but it's just not going to happen. So I do think, yeah, I do think people will be upset with him, and also like you kind of, it's like the familiarity of contempt, or familiarity breeds contempt, let's say, and it will, people will become contemptuous of Mark Carney because they'll keep seeing him, and he'll keep repeating the same phrases. He already does that now, but it's a campaign, so we can forgive him. But he'll keep doing it, and it'll just grind people down like it did, like Trudeau did eventually. And so, yeah, I mean, if that's a minority, it just spells misery for me, really. And it's not even just within the Canadian context or even within the democratic context. If you look at history, the last thing you want when you're being threatened from the outside is a weak government. It's just a very, very bad thing. So I don't know.
Yeah, especially with someone like Carney, who is such an unproven politician. How well can he negotiate? Will he be able to negotiate? And I'm not talking about other world leaders. I'm talking about other parties, right? How well does he actually enact that and create the strength that we need moving forward? So it'll be very interesting to see.
I have a question for you, Ian. What happens to media if the Liberals win a majority, even a minority? Because we did see with the Conservative plan that media, the Bill C-18 would be repealed. There would be funding for independent journalism. Is in in addition to what's going on with Radio Canada, the French version, and defunding of the CBC, and then that he would spend the money on local independent media outlets. But if the Liberals won, they said that they were just going to increase funding for the CBC, and then there is talk about that Online Harms Act, which a lot of people are talking about that might lead to the banning of X in Canada.
I mean, from my impression so far of Mark Carney and my sort of like taking the temperature of the times, I would be surprised if he prioritized that bill, because I mean, maybe if he ends up with some sort of massive healthy majority, he feels like he can just do whatever he wants, then maybe. But I feel like, especially if it's a minority, he's not gonna. I don't think that would be a priority of his, because that's going to be a hard one to do, and it's not going to be popular, I don't think. So it's a risky one. As for the media in general, well, he's made it clear, hasn't he? It's quite ironic, isn't it? Because he said when Pierre Poilievre committed to maintain the current dental plan and the rest of it, he came out and said this creates two classes of Canadians. It creates a class of people that sort of got in at the right time, and then people afterwards who won't be funded for this program. And yet, as far as I can see, he seems to have in his mind two classes of journalists or two classes of media, and CBC is certainly in the first class position for him, because he looks at the CBC, from what I can tell, as being just a cut above, really, and the all-important central piece of the puzzle for the Canadian media landscape. And I'm not actually that surprised, because he is a man of institutions and old, reputed institutions. Though I don't know what kind of repute CBC has these days, but he seems to adopt that approach, doesn't he? And it's kind of like the Bank of Canada of media. So I think he's gonna go all in on CBC. I don't think he's really, I don't think he's concealed that desire on his part. As for the rest of the media, I don't know. I mean, he has said a couple of things that are quite positive. I mean, he was asked a question by someone at some random event, and they tried to kind of prevent him from answering it, but he still did. I can't remember where it was. My memory's quite vague here. And I thought, and he said something along the lines of, like, I don't want to just like arbitrarily decide who gets to ask a question, or something along those lines. And that's something, isn't it? That's like, maybe that's a little bit of a sort of bright sign that he feels like that he should be questioned by all kinds of people. But then I don't know, he was extremely contemptuous of the Rebel News people, wasn't he, and the Juno people, and just journalists in general, journalists that sort of contradict him. So I don't know. I mean, it remains to be seen, but you also have to ask the question, like, to what extent is this going to be Mark Carney's empire? You have to, like, this is not something that we know yet, I don't think. This is something for like political historians in 30 years to look at. Like, how is he going to actually run the government? Is he going to sort of, trap himself in a room and delegate to people, or is he going to kind of be all conquering and tell everybody what to do? Because if he's going to be like a few steps back, then the Liberal machine will take over, and we know that the Liberal machine is very hostile to independent media. So I mean, it's all up in the air now, I would say. But generally speaking, I'm not optimistic. Is the short answer.
Well, there's a glimmer of hope for the Conservatives. Right now, elected, there's 38 seats versus Liberals 34. But in leading, obviously, the Liberals have a huge lead in leading in 120 versus 80. So, but in the elected column right now, we're showing 38 for the Conservatives and 34 for the Liberals.
Yeah, I clicked on the same after you showed me there. Right now on the elected, Conservatives are 40, Liberals are 34.
Well, they just flipped there just a second ago, yeah.
Yeah, and then on the elected and leading.
And that spread is getting tighter too, because I've been watching this spread.
Yeah,
so
it's now at
153 versus 122, right? So, yeah, so that is like from 38 to 32 to 31.
Yeah.
So, I coached a lot when I with my daughter there, and we were down 5-2 in a final. And I said, we got him on the run. And they're just like, what? How do we have him on the run? And you just never give up. And that's the thing, right? I know everybody else has called it, but we don't have the budget they do. So we're just going to hang in there.
Yeah, and I'd like to think that we're, we might not have the budget, but we're also listening to more people instead of just looking at arbitrary numbers, et cetera. So,
because the votes that are counted so far are just over 2 million now, just over 2 million. And in popular vote there, the Liberals with over 1 million, and then the Conservatives at 887, and the Bloc at 152. Surpassing the NDP by a lot, 103 for the NDP. So 50% more votes for the Bloc right now. I mean, most of the NDP, I guess, would be out
BC.
here in BC for sure, and in Manitoba and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then the Green Party at a dismal 20,000 votes.
And
so
I don't
far.
know about you guys, but I cannot get the Elections Canada website, to work. It's crashing so hard.
No, it's gone for me.
Renee, not enough budget. They take it from us all the time, but they don't seem to be able to. It's kind of like the ArriveCan app.
Yeah, seriously.
I'm looking at a website that I shall not name. I choose not to name. And I'm looking at Kelowna, and there are a few thousand in there. Few's ahead by 120 right now. But that's probably the most interesting one, I'd say, and maybe even the interior, the whole region. That's a big deal, isn't it?
That's the one that
early
we
days.
Be super, super close, right?
Yeah.
That's the one that I think that the Dan Albus riding is I think fairly safe, conservative. But I do think the Stephen Fuhr, Tracy Gray riding is the one that's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, and I think if you look at, historically, it's that collapse of the NDP vote. When Tracy won last time around, she won largely because of a stronger NDP vote, and still, if it was combined, it wouldn't have been by as much. So, I do think that right now, it's very tight, 100 votes separating them, but only 5 out of 200 polls have actually reported. So we're looking at a pretty small amount there, still 2% of the total polls that are coming in. What's really interesting is that I do not see anything for Dan Albus yet. So it doesn't look like we've got a single poll that's come in there. But Scott Anderson in Vernon, Lake Country Monashee still holding, but again, only 3 out of 239 polls reported. So not enough to say anything that might be known there.
And then it's flipped a little bit because it's the Liberals now leading in 150 instead of 153, and the Conservatives at 128 now, right? So that's tightening up a little bit there too, still, right?
Yeah.
CTV have just declared that Mark Carney has won in the Nepean. So he will be in the House of Commons, apparently.
Well, there we go.
How's Pierre Poilievre's riding doing?
Let's take a look. It's pretty hilarious when you're on there because
Okay,
you got to
how can
scroll
they-
through like so many.
Okay.
Hang on one second. Corvin's calling in. We're going to take this call here, Ian. We're going to take this call here from Corvin.
How can you call him the winner with 15?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why we're still here. Corvin, are you there? Yeah, we'll give you a second. We got all kinds of time left here. I'm just trying to track this as there you go, Corvin. There's Corvin. Oh.
Is also said is that he doesn't want this to
Around
happen
here,
again. There's going to be a provincial election next year, probably next year.
Corvin, did you hear us?
Yes, I could hear you.
Hey, no, mate, just turn on your light a little bit there. Step into the light a bit. You're a little dark there. There you go. That's much better.
There we go. Oh.
All the efforts
Again.
that we put into this campaign will be transferable efforts in the next Quebec election next year. So all the volunteers, all the
Where are you at, Corvin?
districts.
I'm at Juliet Seacott's campaign party out at Shannon Lake Golf Course.
Oh, how's it going out there?
Good. It's a little bit quiet. Everyone's starting to roll in, but you can feel there's a bit of relief here after hearing the news that there's going to be a Liberal government.
I bet they're relieved. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So is she's not there yet, is she?
She's not, no.
Well, thanks for checking in, and then we'll check back with you.
Definitely.
There must be like an eclipse going on over there.
Seriously. So little guy. So
There you
Chrystia
go.
Freeland has been called as well by our friends at CTV.
okay, the friends at CTV, they're calling elections with 15 out of 229 polls. That's just like
Yeah,
that
they're
is-
confident.
Yeah, that's a little bit ballsy there.
But look at this gap. Look at what I've been doing here. Look how this is changing as we go here. There you go. 19 now, right? Look, 38, 32, 31, 19.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
and I also want to say on the elected side, we're still looking at Conservatives at 48 and Liberals at 42, Bloc at 9. So I mean, again, it's I maybe they've got some sort of pollsters in the background there, like looking at things differently, but it definitely doesn't feel like that yet here.
If they're wrong and we're right, then we get their budget.
Probably literally.
They have what they do have right now is Mark Miller. He's crawled out. He's crawled out of the closet. I'm not saying anything about his private life there, but he's crawled out of the treasure chest that they were keeping him in, and he's happy. He's joyous.
Starting to beak off again. There you go.
And yeah, I would say if anybody's been happy not to have seen the likes of Mark Miller, Chrystia Freeland, et al., get ready to see them a lot more.
I just can't wait.
And that's the other thing, like the inevitability of the electorate souring or the country souring on Carney. I'd say once they see on the news, it's like, wait, I know that guy. He was Justin Trudeau's guy, wasn't he? Like once they see the same faces again, I think, yeah, and he's going to have to escape that all the time. He's going to have to try and escape accusations that it's just the same old government, and it really is going to pretty much be that, isn't it? It's going to have so many of the old faces in there.
I mean, to me, I don't understand how you call an election with only like less than 2.5 million votes counted and an electorate of 29 million. What do I know?
Yeah, well, it might be the only time I say this, but right now, Juliette Sicotte is leading Dan Albus. One poll reporting 75 to 63.
There you go.
So yeah.
Dan told me last time that his riding was behind the whole time till they counted the advance polls, and then it was huge.
Oh, interesting. And we've still got Stephen Fuhr ahead of Tracy Gray, but only by about 160 votes there, and only 10 polls so far. So 5% of the vote is in, and it's a very close race there. But again, NDP getting 3% of the vote. And even down south, we've got Helena Conans in the lead, only by about 200 votes so far. But the NDP vote, which it's an NDP held riding right now, is only at 17%. So even in a current incumbent riding, you're looking at a vote there with that very small number. So very interesting.
See, Pierre Poilievre is behind after one poll reporting.
Oh, there we go.
There'll be a lot. I'm not going to even waste my time doing it, but there'll be a lot of people on Twitter and elsewhere who are kind of like trying to make that into a thing. It's like, oh, he's going to lose. I doubt it, I must say.
Hey, has CBC called that one yet?
Give him a couple more.
A couple of surprises here for me a little bit. We've got, again, 8 out of 254 polls, so less than 5% of the vote. But right now in Skeena, Buckley Valley, we've got Taylor Bachrach, who is the incumbent, leading NDP over Ellis Ross. So that's definitely an interesting one there. And the other one that was surprising that I thought would, come out of the gates is the Aaron Gunn and Tennille Johnson. Right now, Tennille Johnson decidedly winning, or decidedly leading, sorry, I should say. Again, very, very small, less like 3% of the polls reporting so far. So very, very small. But we've got an NDP with 67% of the vote, and Aaron only with 20 or 21%. So again, very interesting. But I mean, with only one showing, it's hard to tell. In the Mark Carney riding right now, we've got 10% of the vote, and his percentage is going down, so it's 63% versus 33. So that one, yes, yet to be determined. And in the Pierre Poilievre, yes, with one poll reporting, we've got Bruce Fanjoy above Pierre Poilievre, but again with one poll reporting.
We still have 21 polls that haven't reported a single thing yet. We still have 21 polls to report.
Absolutely.
I mean, 21 seats to report. Never mind polls. 21 seats that haven't reported anything. Just think, if all those 21 seats went to the Conservatives, wouldn't that go? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand how it's called this early, but.
Yeah, and on the elected, I mean, that has not flipped, but now is tied between the Liberals and Conservatives with the Bloc at 11. So, and then the elected and leading, that number keeps going, a little bit down. I mean, we're at 22 right now, difference between those two. So, I mean, that's a tricky one to call. That's for sure. It'll
be interesting to see if it's really tight, like a lot tighter, like say that even if the Liberals get more than the Conservatives, and then the balance of power looks like it's going to be the Bloc.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if the NDP at this point, like if they finish with very few seats, won't have much of a hammer.
Indeed. Did we lose?
Wouldn't that be the worst thing ever if the Liberals make another minority government with the NDP?
Oh, yeah.
Jagmeet Singh is the guy. then the world is just a comedy show.
Yeah.
Well, it would be very. You would imagine it would be good news for a certain orange-hued individual to the south of us.
Oh, yeah, that would be. That would be so. According to what the 338 was predicting, they were predicting 186 seats for the Liberals and 124 for. You can put that map back up there, Rommel, and 124 for the CPC and the Bloc with 23. So already it's quite a bit different, right? The Conservatives are leading in 133 and the Bloc at 24 already. So
yeah,
perhaps they jumped the gun. And I'm going to go with they jumped the gun. Like again, I would never say quit until the whistle blows.
No, not with 26 ridings separating. It's still very close, and the polling just coming in. I mean, like I said,
there's still a bunch of seats
5%.
that haven't reported. Like they haven't reported anything yet. Like there's only 325 of the 343 seats that have reported.
Yeah.
So
agreed.
How's Stephen Fuhr and the Tracy Gray
riding
doing?
Well, we've got 7% reporting so far. So again, not very many votes, but Stephen Fuhr is leading by 600 votes right now. So
very tight, eh?
50.6% to 45.4, with only, and again, Trevor McAleese 3.2%, and the Green at 1%. So very, very small.
It looks like the Tories are indeed going to win 8 seats in the Maritimes as well. So, I mean, it seems like maybe they're doing their own thing a bit, maybe. And that was kind of a sort of another trend that sort of was a pre-existing trend before all this madness of this election occurred. But yeah, it's quite an interesting one. I mean, Newfoundland's almost completely blue right now, yeah, but obviously that hasn't carried over, has it, into, or so the stats people seem to think hasn't carried over into Ontario.
Yeah, Ontario there definitely, again, that horseshoes there, that was there last time as well.
Yeah, it's very red. I mean, a lot of their target area, the York area, as they were sort of that's considered by many people to have been the sort of crux of the whole thing. That seems to be going to the Liberals. I mean, but when you zoom in, it is kind of into the sort of Toronto, the GTA. It is just it's crazy, isn't it? How many ridings they have there. That decides everything, doesn't it?
Well, I worked in TO for a while, and that is, according to the people that live there, the center of the universe.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Yeah, yeah, and I mean, basically, the Conservatives are a distant second on most of those in that area. So yeah, it's
The Sean Fraser one is still close. You know what I mean? It's still, less than 500 votes between there, and they still got, like 40 polls left to report. It ain't over till it's over.
nope, it's not over till it's over. Indeed, indeed.
Anything
I'm
exciting?
Yeah,
surprised by
there could be
how,
surprises still.
yeah, I'm surprised by how long it takes. But I guess the Carleton vote, with all of that, the voter shenanigans or the elections shenanigans there.
That'd be long thing going through that list to count those because they're all hand counted.
Yeah, so that, I mean, that might be why it's just taking so long. But, so far we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with only one vote. And then the rest, it's, going to the Liberals and Pierre, but still only one poll having been counted.
Well, there you go.
Right now, we've got 65 for the Liberals, 62 for the Conservatives. Bloc Québécois is at 12, and NDP 0 for actually elected. It looks like that the elected and leading has split a little bit, and the Liberals are taking a little bit more, with about 34 separating, or sorry, 27. No.
25.
20, no.
160 to 135?
Yeah, 25,
Yeah,
sorry.
25. So it's still coming down. 30, it was 38, 32, 31, and then 28, 27, and now it's 25. So there you go. The magic number 172, and there's been an update there, 161 to 134. But the Liberals now have 70 elected, and the Conservatives have 64 elected. That's very tight for sure. That's still very tight. But again, the votes, don't forget 7.4 million people voted in advance polls, and we're only counting so far just over 2 million votes here right now.
Yeah. Okanagan Lake West and South Kelowna, we've got Dan Albus still behind by only 20 votes, and only 4 out of 220 polls reporting. So again, we do have a little bit but Juliette Sacote is in the lead there.
Yeah, very few votes though. Yeah. There you
So
go.
our friends at CTV, you might want to plug your ears, Renee. I know you're not a fan of them, but they've just come out now and they think a minority, liberal minority, of course. And I think, what we said or what I said earlier, I still believe that's pretty tragic, to be honest. And that's without any sort of parties involved. Nothing partisan about that at all. I just think it's at this time in Canada's history to have yet another minority government is bad news, I reckon.
Yeah.
And I think that interference from Trump obviously causes, because this was looking like a very strong conservative majority, and then the Trump factor definitely played into it. And then even on election day here, sticking his paw in there, definitely meddling with Canadian politics.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that one.
I would also say, I mean, I'm very interested. Like, obviously, you know about this from personal experience, but it fascinates me that Mark Carney has sort of won an election. I guess minority government, that does count as a win, I guess, and yet he's barely done anything in terms of the work. Usually, to do that, to get to that point where you deliver the speech after you win an election, that's usually like 15 years in the making, at least, isn't it? In a political career, knocking on doors, humiliating yourself in interviews that you don't want to be doing, and going on TV and all the rest of it, doing all that work that politicians hate, and then finally you claw your way to the top and you get that win. But Carney, he's literally just kind of landed in a parachute, and he's prime minister, and he's won the election. It's kind of I wonder if there aren't a lot of people even in the Liberal Party that kind of resent that he's just kind of just strolled in and won.
Hmm. Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what is written about, about this election. But again, I do think that it takes a while, to earn the stripes. But it also, it's as quickly as it comes, it will go, right? Because how you come in is usually how you go. So I could see the luster going very quickly from a politician who wins that fast.
Yeah, I think that is actually that's a very good point, isn't it? Because he's got this he occupies a space in a lot of Canadians' minds as being this kind of super competent sort of elite central banker with like the world's greatest resume. That's kind of what people know about him, but he hasn't sort of done the work in the trenches to kind of build up a personality that people understand. Yeah. So I guess that's
Or
in it's sort of a weird situation, but he now has to work on that, doesn't he? He almost has to kind of like introduce himself to the Canadian people, having just won an election. It's a very strange
you know who
situation to be in.
who else he has to introduce himself to is the caucus. I mean,
Yeah.
talk about, a party is difficult. And, the one thing that, I can say about having been inside of a party, and it doesn't matter what party it is, every single party is the same. That whole knives out sort of, saying could not be more true in every political party. And for him, it's even worse because he really doesn't have, any of that loyalty that others would have. He was a coronated candidate, and really he's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting, and he's never had to, as the central banker, he's not a leader as such. He's not someone who had to have huge amounts of leadership skills, and as we saw with with even the BC Conservatives, if you're not a leader, the party starts to implode pretty quickly, and I could see that happening with the federal Liberals.
I think especially with a minority as well. That makes
Yes.
it all the harder, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, everyone's already planning their own their own run for the leadership.
It's gotten a lot tighter. Now 18 seats between the Liberals and the Conservatives, and in the leading and elected. That's as tight as, and the momentum's there.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because if we look at this, I've been doing this here. It was 38, 32, 31, 28, 27, 25. And like I said, we got them on the run. If I was coaching, that's what I would say. We got them on the run. And so the momentum's there.
And the other thing is that, we don't have a lot of ridings in BC that usually go Liberal. That's not it's going to go NDP or it's going to go Conservative. So I don't see it swinging super far the other way.
So right now, 158 seats into the NDP coalition, that would be 169 seats, not enough, and then 143 and 24 if you play that math, right? That's 167. So pretty much neck and neck if you're playing what's that game, a Risk or something like that, where you play who's on whose side or something like that?
Yeah.
Something like that. So the elected seats right now, 80 for the Liberals, 72 for the Conservatives. And again, the number of votes counted is now just over 3 million votes. So just probably 3.5 million, close to 4 million now, of an electorate of close to 29 million. If we get 65%, what is the last time I think it was like 60%, Ian? 62?
Yeah, for the last couple, it was about that. Yeah.
So if you had 29 million times even 62%, that's 18 million votes almost. And we're calling an election here with just over 4 million votes.
Yeah, I mean, the one surprise to me right now is, and I mean, again, we're looking at
That's even tighter now.
Yeah, it's, we're 11 ridings separating right now, the elected and leading between the Liberals and the Cons. I guess 12 have just flipped again. But we've got the, in the Okanagan, we've got these 3 ridings that are all red right now. So that's very surprising to me. I would be surprised if all of those stay red. So again, that's gonna shrink that difference between those 2 parties quite a bit. And again, if I draw attention to where the polls have had the Conservatives, they are surpassing everyone's expectations so far tonight in terms of how many seats that they're leading in right now or elected in already. So if these 3 are any indication of how many could still flip, there's definitely more room there.
I think there's still a path.
You're still a path to a minority victory, hey?
There you go. I still have a path.
Yeah, and I mean, like there's ridings like which will be very interesting to watch, and that's like Abbotsford, South Langley. Right now, we've got Kevin Gilles, who's in the lead by 1 vote. So definitely not a real strong lead there. But Mike DeYoung is going to be a real wild card in that one. Right now, he's got 25% of the vote in that particular riding as an independent. So I desperately hope he doesn't vote split with Sukhman Gill, but it does appear that that is what is happening, because right now, it would be a landslide if those 2 voting percentages were actually amalgamated.
There's 15 seats now between the 2 of them.
I really like how you're keeping track of this, because that's definitely interesting.
Well, I mean, if you look at the
CTV have called it for Sean Fraser.
All righty.
By 1,000 votes. Wow.
Oh,
how many is that? All the polls in on that one?
Yeah, they definitely found a few boxes that were in his neighborhood. Positive. That's positive.
Yeah, I mean that was. If he'd lost there, if that had continued, that would have it would have been a different night entirely, wouldn't it?
And I mean, I think they're calling it early because there's still 39 boxes to count in 1,000 votes.
Yeah.
So hey. Just like Sean Fraser found a magic box, the Jenkins could find one as well.
Yeah, and I mean
they've also just called Stephen Guilbeault with barely any votes. Yeah. Barely any votes, 35 of 198.
I think they're just actually making headlines. I think
they just want me first.
They might just be saying, yeah, he's going to win, isn't he? Let's just call it.
They've already got the instructions.
Yeah, I mean, here's another one. Right now, the Liberals are leading, and that's Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford. Jeff Howe has 55 as a Liberal, but Brad Viz is a Conservative, very well loved in that riding. I'd be shocked if he doesn't end up winning that riding. But it has him right now in second place, tied with the NDP at 31 votes apiece. Obviously, we're talking about a very small number of votes.
And this was 12 a second ago, and it just flipped again. But the number still keeps going. So 159 to 143 now, and the Bloc at 24, and the NDP at 10. So we'll see how many they can hang on to.
Ian, I am not seeing which riding the Green is leading or elected in. Do you see where that is?
Let's have a look. Look for the Green.
Because Elizabeth May, there's not a single vote in for hers yet.
Kitchener?
Oh, Kitchener. Okay. Interesting.
Wow, you really have to. Yep. And it's by 29 votes right now.
Alrighty.
So, it's not. How many have they counted? Let's have a look. 25 of 213. So, I mean that's their homeland, isn't it? For some mysterious reason, I don't know why they're so strong in Kitchener, but
interesting. Stephen Fear is still leading with 10% of the votes in. Stephen Fear is leading by 600 at this point. And so 50.4% to 46% for Tracy Gray right now. It does look like, there's about 150 votes separating Helena Conans and Gloria Morgan right now. So again, that's only 15% of the, not even, just over 10% of the polls reporting. And then Dan Albus is second to Juliet Sicotte. So again, we've got, that one's by about 6%, but we've only got 7 polls. So not even yet 10% of the polls showing.
That would really be an upset, I think, if Dan Albus lost that. That would be a huge shock, wouldn't it?
That would be like shock
so,
and
yeah.
awe. That would be absolutely very surprising. I don't see how that could happen, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean the Kelowna one, obviously it's still early days, isn't it? But I'm sure Stephen Fear and company will be very, very excited at the prospect of winning that. I mean, they really did seem to believe. Usually you can tell when they're just making it up when they say that they believe they can win, but I think they genuinely did believe that with this new boundary that they could win it.
Yeah, and I mean, it was always the risk, right? That could happen. So, yeah.
And it would be an interesting one because Tracy Gray is, Jim and I discussed this the other day. Like she is actually quite important for Polyev, isn't she? She's one of his kind of trusted lieutenants or lieutenants, maybe I should say. So that would be a real loss for Polyev, I feel, and for the Conservatives.
Yeah, I agree. And she's also, I mean, she's been very active in the community and very, yeah, very, very prolific. So that would be surprising to me if that stays there.
So right now we have 337 of the 343 seats reporting. So we still have a number of seats that haven't reported yet. And then the leading and elected is 159 for the Liberals and the Conservatives at 143. And the elected for the Liberals is 89 and the Conservatives at 76.
It's quite a colorful picture.
It is. It's like a 3-year-old would have done it or something like that.
Yeah. Oy, oy, oy. Oy, oy, oy.
Yeah. Do you want to? Well, we're going to take a 5-minute break here. We're going to run our loop here, and we'll be back. We're going to take a bathroom break in that, and then we'll be back.
Sounds good.
And see what the map looks like. And we're back. A little early.
Okay.
Just shoveled some food in there, and we're back.
I didn't hear the entry thing, intro. Sorry.
No, and we're back. We got some cutaways. We're going to go to Stephen Fear's campaign.
I'm here with Amrit Brar, the volunteer coordinator with Stephen Fear's Liberal campaign for Kelowna Lake Country. Amrit, what did Stephen get up to today?
You know, he was just in the office rallying the troops, getting everybody super excited, super motivated to get all the volunteers out to vote. So it's been a really good day for him. He's feeling motivated, very excited, and we're feeling pretty good about this.
Now, your campaign party is here at the office. What is the schedule kind of for tonight?
We don't know what the results are going to look like. It's a very tight race, so he's going to come in later tonight and he'll say what he can. And, you know, we're going to have a great time, regardless, celebrate whatever the outcome may be.
Now, he is kind of contending for this riding, but he's been the MP before.
Yes.
So that makes the race even more interesting.
Yes.
Has that played into it a lot when he's been door knocking or campaigning?
Oh yes, there's been a lot of excitement at the doors when he was out there with the volunteers talking to people at the doorsteps. They were so excited to see that he had stepped up once again and to serve the community. So he's feeling pretty good about this. We're all feeling pretty motivated and excited about this.
Excellent. Well, thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
There you go. I think we played that one earlier, but that's okay. Now you've heard it twice.
Now you've heard it twice. You know, very interesting. We've got only eight seats now separating between the elected and the leading. We're down to 156 to 148. So again, it is definitely narrowing and very interesting.
Let's go through this momentum, because when I first started doing this, there was 38, 32, 31, 28, 27, 25, 15, 12, and now 8.
And you know what? That is very statistically significant.
It's momentum. It's absolutely momentum.
Absolutely.
And
I think it would be very interesting to see if we actually get a conservative minority instead of a liberal.
Do you know what I mean?
Kelowna now, or sorry, Now Media will go down as not having called it too soon, and actually the only one that declared it.
Because if you look at this momentum, what do you think of that, Ian? Is he there? Oh.
Okay, but I do want to say Dan Albus has just taken the lead in Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna. Man, it's just Tracy. Now she's trailing by about 1,000 votes with about 15% of the polls in. So very tight race there. Very tight race there.
Is Ian back yet?
And Helena Conan's she's definitely starting to pull ahead. In the Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, so down Penticton Way. So those have definitely flipped over the course of this last little bit here. So we've also seen now, now there are only 9 that separate between the leading and the elected. So yeah, it'll be very interesting to see where everything shakes out.
And then if we look at the elected, that's what you're just saying. It's very tight. And again, number of votes counted, I'd say just under 6 million votes counted of what we're saying it could be 19 million votes at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's a lot of outstanding votes, especially in some of these races that we're looking at that are separated by less than 1,000 or literally 100. Different votes. So definitely something that to watch there. Only 1% of the votes in, so I'm not going to put too much onto this, but Esquimalt, Saanich, Sooke, conservative Grant Cool is actually winning. So obviously he only has 22 votes so far, so it might just be his neighborhood poll that was counted, but definitely, interesting. And man, Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, we've got Jeff Kibble. So this one, it has 10% of the votes in, and this is on the island. And again, we're looking at a conservative candidate in the lead, and then Nanaimo Ladysmith, we've got Tamara Cronus in the lead, and a decided lead right now. Not only 4% of the polls represented here, but definitely has quite a concerted lead there. Yeah,
so we're at 8. The difference now is 157 to 149. And if we Pull up that map, the 338 predictions there, Rommel. And again, if we look at that, the Conservatives were to get 124 seats and the Bloc at 23. And right now, the Bloc at 25 and the Conservatives. Look at this now. Look at that.
Oh,
151 to 155. Ian, are you back there?
Wow.
Ian?
Yeah.
There's some momentum for you. We were talking about momentum, and we looked at it when we first started tracking this. 38, 32, 31, 28, 27, 25, 15, 12, 7, 8, 8, 8, and 4. And we talked about how perhaps Now Media the only one saying that this isn't over yet. I mean, momentum's a big thing in sports.
That would be the making of us, wouldn't it? That would build our reputation.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, and I want to, we've got, obviously Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, we've only got 30 out of 256 polls represented, but we have a dead heat. We literally have one vote separating Ron McKinnon and Ian Black. So right now we've got it represented as a Liberal, lead. Oh, no way, by 2 now.
154 to 152, and when I coached, when we won provincials, I said to the girls, we got them on the run. And I would say, who's going to pull their call first?
Yeah.
Ian?
Their goalie.
I don't know. I mean, that would. I would kind of like that to happen just for the drama of it. Just to see their faces.
Well, I mean, if you look at this, there's
know.
no magic box, right? They don't know what's inside the boxes. So when it's this close now, 154 to 152, the momentum is clearly on the Conservative side right now. The momentum is clearly on their side. Like if you look at these numbers, that's momentum, right? Everybody that's ever played sports knows what momentum means. And and it's not like they know what's in the box, do they?
No.
Unless they know something I don't know.
They
right?
sure shouldn't know.
92 to 88 is the elected right now. And momentum is definitely, I mean, and 300, there's still one seat left to report. But
yeah, and we're looking at, some of these might flip, whether or not Delta flips back to Jill McKnight, who only trailing by 23 votes. In that one. But, South Surrey White Rock, we've got Carrie Lynn Finlay, who's the incumbent there. She's only basically, 13 votes behind Ernie Clausen. So, some of these could definitely flip still. It's really anyone's game. But, one of the ridings that we were watching earlier at the Abbotsford South Langley, Sukhman Gill just pulled ahead. And now is about with 15% of the polls there. We've got 15 votes.
We just got one of our viewers that's usually watches us every day says if we're right, we get $1,000 donation.
Yes.
No, we're right.
I love it. I would say I'm right of center for sure.
I'm just gonna say this though. We're not calling it early, that's for sure, because we don't give up. Not that we're trying to win this thing, but I mean, calling an election after what, 2.5 million votes out of 19 million seems a little premature.
I also think that what this speaks to is what our prediction was earlier, that BC literally could carry this election and could carry the deciding votes in this election. Right now,
that'd be worth another 1,000 if we're right about that.
Absolutely. So definitely, looking at this and seeing a few more of the deciding ones, we need more polls to come in still. There are still, too many outstanding to really call definitively. As we saw Sean Fraser's race, he really didn't win until we were in the last 25% of those polls. So, definitely some more to come. But very exciting, and honestly, I would say that this definitely makes it a race into the final stages here. So very, very exciting.
I mean, the Sean Fraser thing's not done as well. It's not done as well. I mean, it's about 900 votes there for him, but there's still 32 polls left. So again, that is, like close to done, I would say. That one is close to done.
Yeah, one of the things that I don't want to harp on this too much, but I'm a little bit annoyed. Carleton, they've only gotten through 8 polls since those polls closed almost, an hour and a half ago here. So I'm a little bit annoyed because that really, it just speaks to how laborious that actual ballot was, with the 99 names that are listed on it, or whatever, however many names there were. So it ends up being just such a monstrosity of a ballot that to get it through the machine and to get it through counting has been more difficult than it should be.
And I want to say this right now. If this is the way it finishes right now, like right at this moment, 156, 149, 25, and 11, the Conservatives in a bloc could form government.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? The Liberals wouldn't have enough with the NDP. So it's not over. It's absolutely not over. And Rommel, if you get a chance, maybe brighten up our background here, our night background, or throw up a backdrop, because we're into the dead of the night here in the Okanagan.
don't know. I mean, it shows how dedicated we are to actually seeing this. The ticker tape at the bottom of the screen here as well. I mean, that really is a great visualization of just how many more ridings are out there and yet to be counted. So it definitely gives a good visualization of where things are.
Yeah. We got another clip here to play, though. You got another one there, Rommel, you can tee up from one of the other campaign headquarters? What's that? Sure, let's go with that one.
Tell me how the campaign has gone. How has it been? It's been about 35 days, I think, right?
Yeah, it's a very short campaign, but it's been very energizing and very exciting. We've had lots of very positive experiences with voters, door knocking and on calls, and through our social media. So it's been a pretty good experience. Definitely.
And you mentioned door knocking. What's some of the responses you heard from door knocking?
Some of the things that people are interested in, concerned about, is the economy, affordability, and of course the threats from the U.S. administration under President Trump.
And you mentioned it's been really short campaign. How's that been putting it together and managing everything?
It's been pretty hectic. I took time off of my day job to devote full time the last bit here to really make sure that we cover all the bases and get all the work done. We've got a really great person who's been looking after the field operations and get out the vote. She's been an integral part. Her name's Amber, and we've just worked as a really great team with a huge team of volunteers to support Juliette.
Definitely. And you guys are going up against Dan Albus. How's that been going up against an incumbent who's been in office for the past decade plus in this area?
Well, I think there's some good things about that for our campaign for Juliette, is that people sometimes want to change. They want a fresh face, they want a new voice, someone that's keen to represent them in Ottawa. So I think that's really in our favor this time.
Definitely. And what sort of turnout are you guys expecting tonight?
At this event, we've already got 80 people RSVP'd, so we're not sure. It could be more than that, but we're expecting quite a few people out.
There you go. That was from the Juliette Sicot headquarters there, with their watch party, and they're just checking in on the Stephen Fuhr, Tracy Gray one, which I think is going to be the one that comes down to the wire.
Still Stephen Fuhr. He is leading by about 1,500 votes at this point, with 40. About 20% of the polls counted. So depending on where those polls were, right? If those are all the downtown polls, maybe they, were weighted more in on a liberal, towards a liberal foot. If they were more of the
Rutland area,
it might be, it might bode worse for her. So definitely one to watch and one to keep, to keep a close eye on. The other one is Helena Conan's. She's right now pulled into the lead by about 500. And the interesting thing is that she and the Liberal candidate have been bouncing around. The NDP candidate has been holding steady at 17% of the vote, so virtually no change there. And the other one that has shifted is Dan Albus. He has shifted into the lead by about 100 votes, with 10% of the votes, or 10% of the votes counted, or polls, I should say, not necessarily votes counted, and has definitely pulled into the lead there.
We're going to play that one from Steve McNall was at the Tracy Gray watch party there.
Hi, I'm here with Alden Madge, communications manager with Tracy Gray's campaign, the incumbent conservative for Kelowna riding. Alden, what did Tracy do today?
Yeah, Tracy's been at the doors, connecting with residents here, and making sure she chats with supporters to make sure they get out there to vote on this election day.
Now, a lot of times people think, well, there's not much you can do once the day is here, but there's a lot that the candidate can do and her team can still do. So kind of walk us through a few more of the details that way.
Yeah, well, Tracy is just out there connecting with just different households and seeing if they are if they're going out to vote today, and seeing if the people that she connects with, just to make sure they have the info they need to go out there and mark their ballot down. So.
Now, the campaign party is here at Midtown Station in Kelowna. How does the evening unfold? When does Tracy show up? When do you think you'll get results?
Yeah, so she'll be in here as soon as she's wrapped up at the doors, and just connecting with supporters and residents here as we watch the results come in.
Now, speaking of results coming in, some media outlets have already declared a Liberal win. Does that kind of factor into how the evening goes for you guys, or is it kind of a little bit of disappointment, but there's still hope for Tracy?
No, we're still just watching things as they happen.
Thanks so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. Steve, you should be watching us, then you wouldn't call it,
Yeah,
all right?
Totally.
There you go. It's very tight. Even Renee and I were just talking when you guys were watching that clip. The popular vote, too, it's very tight right now. 3.3 million votes for the Liberals, 3.2 million votes for the Conservatives, and 627,000 votes for the Bloc, and the NDP at 413, and the Green at 79, and the PPC, and it also ran at 63,000 votes. And then, yeah.
Yeah, and just to,
abysmal for the NDP.
Oh, horrific.
I mean, is this the end of the party? I mean, do they even have the blood in there to sort of refresh themselves?
Do they have the money? I mean, that's a huge question, right? And what does that do for the NDP that exists currently in in Manitoba and in BC, right? It'll be very interesting to see how that changes the trajectory, and how it changes, the outlook of those parties in general.
Look how close this one is in Fleetwood.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's so close, and yet it just doesn't make sense to me to be calling it this early. How's Jagmeet doing, Ian?
He is behind. Last I checked. Let's have another look at him. Yeah, I mean, not much in it, but he's in third place at the minute, behind the Liberal and Conservative candidate. But there are only a sort of, what is it, just under 2,000? Yeah, 1,500, about 1,600 votes counted. So very early days.
Yeah, not yet 10% of the total votes, but he's definitely in third place behind, and it looks like Conservative right now is leading there, James Yan.
But if you look at the sort of wider context of NDP wipeout, I wouldn't be confident if I was on the Orange team.
Yeah.
No, definitely.
But I would say, though, what you said earlier, Jim, was quite an astute remark and quite an important comment, actually, which is that as things stand, everybody now, every media outlet is saying Liberal government, Liberals will form the next government. We keep hearing that. But all you've got to do is add up the Conservative and Bloc Québécois MPs, and all of a sudden, Pierre Poilievre might indeed be the Prime Minister. If they do a good old-fashioned deal, then that would happen. But everybody's jumped in and said, oh no, Mark Carney's going to be the next Prime Minister, Liberal government. That's not how the parliamentary system works, unfortunately, for some people. They would prefer it was more presidential, but it could still be. If that stays as it is now, as I'm looking at it, the Bloc and the Tories could do a deal, and Pierre Poilievre would be the Prime Minister.
If I was Pierre Poilievre right now, I'd be sharpening my pencil.
And
I would be waving the fleur de lis around.
Hey, who speaks French better than the other guy?
Oh, and I mean, the whole beginning of the election had Blanchette basically complimenting Pierre Poilievre and telling him what a great, how great his policies were, etc. Yeah. So I do think that there is. And then as the favor started to shift to Carney, he was like, we could do a deal with the Liberals too. I think he's made it clear that he would do a deal with either one. But if you look at policy and if you look at platform and if you look at what's important to the Quebecois, I think that you will see very quickly that there's more of an alignment, I would say, with the Conservatives than there is with the Liberals. But that's just my 2 cents.
And one thing that I would add to that is that if you looked at the mannerisms when the debate was over, the English debate, it was Blanchette that walked over to Poilievre to shake hands.
Yeah.
And that was, I mean, to me, telling. And I usually watch mannerisms and the way people act. And that to me told a bigger story than, Jagmeet didn't really move around, but I know that Mark Carney and Pierre exchanged pleasantries as well.
Yeah, I want to draw attention to a couple of really close, ridings here. We've got in Surrey Newton, we've got Sukh Dhaliwal is only 20 votes ahead of Harjit Singh. That is really, really close. And that's with 20% of the polls having reported so far. So that's a really close one. The other one that's really close is the New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville. That one right now, we've got Jake Sawatsky in the lead by only, I guess it's 6 votes. So a very, very close race with about 15% of the polls having weighed in so far. That one would be really interesting to me because there is quite a Jewish population. So that'll be, and the Jewish population was typically in favor of the Conservatives during this race. So that'll be quite interesting. Another one that's flipped right now, at least with almost, I guess, 40% of the ridings or the polls having weighed in, is Port Moody Coquitlam. Right now, that's Paul Lambert in the lead, and that one was held by an NDP. So definitely seeing something come to, and definitely ridings to watch in the Lower Mainland there.
So yeah, the Fuhrer Tracy Gray riding has tightened up. There's 600 votes between them now, with 51 of the 200. Like lots to go on that one. And Dan Albus is in the lead now as well.
Yeah, all of the interior are reading blue, save only the Kelowna.
That one will go tight. I mean, like you said earlier, that one is such a diverse amount of neighborhoods, right? We're talking about Black Mountain. We're talking about, I think, the Wilden area, and we're talking about like Rutland and then who gets out to vote too, right? Like who's actually out there voting.
Yes, it's a tricky one. Other places that you might not think about being in that riding is like Big White.
Yeah,
Big White is a whole polling station. Joe Rich is a whole polling station. So in those ridings, they're used to Tracy Gray and have lots of fun things to say. So it'll be very interesting. But yeah, separated by only 600 and so definitely a narrowing of the vote in that particular riding.
So the Bloc is actually elected in 17. So I mean, again, elected in 17, leading in 7, and so the Bloc I think is a big player in this. I think the Bloc could be the hammer.
And right now elected, I mean, Liberals have 108 actually elected. Conservatives have 101. They're only separated by 7 ridings. That is very, very close right now. So it's still very interesting to see.
A lot's going to happen in this for sure. Again, the amount of votes counted. I'm doing math in my head here. Like 9 million, like half the votes, really half the votes counted. Is what we assume will come in. Half the vote has been counted.
Yeah. Not even quite 9. So
and the momentum plays, and I've done stats. One of the classes I've done really well in school is stats, and stats are kind of like leading indicators, and one of these things, its momentum is clearly, like if you look at the hole they had when we first started, right? It was huge, right?
Yeah.
Because it was easy to call. They called this way back when it was around 38 seat lead, right? 38 seats they had in lead.
Yeah, and we're seeing some real pullaways here. Nanaimo Ladysmith, the incumbent is NDP, and Tamara Cronus right now leading by a fairly decided margin, almost 10% increase, and that is with 10% of the votes counted. Surprising one for me is still the north there. I really thought that Aaron Gunn would have a better show than what he is right now. He has narrowed it though down to about just over 150 votes or so.
It's getting close.
It's getting much closer than it was, but still a little bit of a surprise for me.
Though, eh?
Lots of polls. Yeah. Only about a third.
A third's counted there. Less than a third, actually.
Yeah. The other one that's narrowed a little bit, with about 10% of the polls coming in, is Skeena Buckley Valley. That's the incumbent. Taylor Backrack is the incumbent there and under the NDP banner, and Ellis Ross charging forward and making a good go of it. That's for sure.
Tracy getting a little momentum now. They're about 500 votes for her.
They must have started counting Rutland.
Straight out of Rutland. Don't mess with Rutland.
Oh man, I love Rutland. That's it's one of the darlings of our city.
It's probably one of the communities that has the most pride of their neighborhood.
Most heart.
You know what I mean? Because
100%.
A lot of people, if you live in the Glenmore area, probably don't even know where you live.
And the other thing that Rutland has is a huge number of parks per capita. So if you're looking for park and park area and park space, just a lot of parks. Bentley Park has to be one of the most spectacular parks that we actually have. And one of the most widely used. I mean, any sunny day, even a rainy day, you get to Bentley Park and you're going to see it. Just a ton of people using it. So really exciting to see that vibrancy in Rutland, and hope to see it a lot more continue.
Look, we finally have it. The 343 seats of the 343 seats reporting. So everybody's reporting now. Not everything, but everybody's reporting. At least they're showing some stuff on the screen there. So. There you go, 163 to 146, and the Bloc at 24. The Bloc, I think, is the key piece in here, and the NDP, right? So.
Yeah, but on the actual elected, we only have a five seat difference. Yeah. So, again, it's man, is it ever tight?
How's Pierre doing out there, Ian?
Not good.
Oh no.
He's not doing good at all. Actually, I think they might now start to. Be a little bit concerned. They've done 20 of 266 polls, and he is, what's that? He's about 1,500 votes behind, maybe 1,600, is that? There were a lot of stories about how apparently even their internal polls were showing that they were a bit concerned. So I would imagine that they're going to be watching this one throughout the night.
Well, I mean, myself, I would add it to the win column, so I would give them 147 there and 160, because every win is a loss for somebody else. You got to remember that in sports too. So a win on one side, like if the Conservatives get one, they get 147. That means somebody has to lose one, right? So this is not a zero-sum game. So there you go. Now we're not adding anymore because 343 are all in the numbers now. Everything's there. So somebody to gain a seat, somebody loses a seat. So it's almost like a double.
I'm looking now, though. I'm looking at the estimates now on this is CTV that I'm looking at. They've got 162 for the Liberals and 10 for the NDP, which is just enough, isn't it? Just enough.
No, well, they need
to
11.
Do it all again.
No, they need 172.
Yeah, 162 plus 10.
No, it's 161, Ryan. Just flipped for you there, buddy.
Flipped.
Well, I'm looking at CTV, and maybe you're looking at a different one, are you?
No, if you hit refresh.
All right, yeah. I'm slow. No, I've got it on TV. Clearly, it's not. But you get what I'm saying anyway.
Yeah.
Not to be too pedantic here. And it's possible that the old band could get back together.
Oh no, it's the game is still on. There you go. Yeah. The game is still on. The game is afoot, and And like, would you throw away? Would you walk off the ice in the middle of the second period?
No way.
Even if you're down 2 or 3, would you
No
just walk
way.
off the ice and say, "Ah, that's it, man"? Like,
No way.
no.
Here's another upset. We've got Laurel Collins on the island. And again, the story of the night is the NDP collapse. But we've got Laurel Collins. We talked about her earlier. She's right downtown Victoria, and she is losing right now to Will Greaves. We've only got 25% of the polls reporting, but so far, she's losing quite miserably. So that does not bode well for her, indeed. Elizabeth May, it looks like she's on track to get her seat back. About 40% of the polls coming in there. And she's got a decided lead, 44% to 26.5%. But again, we've got in Nanaimo Ladysmith, still a blue there. It has flipped though in Courtenay Alberni. We now have Gord Johns there. But up in the north, Aaron Gunn takes over with about 120 votes. So that one just flipped to a BC Conservative, and you can see that in the 146 there. So
there you go. And the Bloc just went down by 1. Again, zero-sum game.
Yeah, it's all up in the air, isn't it? I mean, the thing is, I don't think enough people are looking at this as a parliament. They're looking at it as like one party versus another party, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're not looking at it as a set of MPs who can do deals with each other.
It's so
I mean,
right now.
to me, this is very interesting because it's about what's the discussion going to be, what are the wrangles going to be when it's all done.
I think you need to add and then the Green's the wild card in there too, because don't forget, you add the Green to the NDP because they would love to have the hammer, hey? Like even a bigger hammer than the NDP, right? That would be probably the worst government ever if it was the Liberals, the NDP, and the Green.
Yeah, that would be bad.
Can you imagine that? That would
with Elizabeth May
a very
having
sort of fragile, chaotic coalition with one Green MP that has the sort of finger on the trigger.
With Elizabeth May having the hammer, when she just said recently that after the U.S. stepped back, Canadians need to pay more taxes to fill up the gap that the Americans have left in the world.
Wow. Not good news for Tracy Gray, though. Right now, 16,600 for Stephen Fuhr to 15,300 for her. So that gap that had narrowed to 600 has now widened to about 1,300. So, or just over 1,300.
They counted another one of them fancy neighborhoods.
Yeah, exactly. Another tower. That was one water going in.
There you go. Well, again, that's about a third of the polls for that riding have been counted. A third of those.
Yeah,
polls.
Helena Kona's now full 1,000 ahead. So pulling ahead. Dan Albus 500 ahead with about 20% of the polls counted. And that other riding that, really is where Tracy could have chosen to go right now, Scott Anderson with about 20% of the polls leading with 52.5% of the vote. So definitely, a very decided amount.
We've got another
Jagmeet Singh
not.
Jagmeet Singh looks like he is about to lose his riding. It does not look like he is going to fare very well. Port Moody, we've got Paul Lambert definitely, taking a good lead there. Still very tight in New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville. We've got about 90 votes separating the 1 and 2 on that one. Randeep Sarai in Surrey Centre with about 200 votes ahead, but again, that's too close to call at this point. And Suk Dhaliwal only about 120 votes ahead, so again, very tight to call. Very surprising here, but again, by 30, 40 votes so far is the South Surrey White Rock with Carrie Lynn Finley behind there. One of the ones that has flipped was was Richmond Stevenson. That one looks like we're about 500 votes now, and it's going to Parm Bains, who is the incumbent there. And then Richmond Center is, it looks like about 500 votes, 450 votes. We've got Chak Au in the lead there. So yeah, some interesting votes there that are very, very close. Still too close to call.
We got a tweet here to put up here. You want to put that tweet up there? This is another former United States president. Yeah, it's okay. Joe Biden just tweeted.
Oh.
Congratulating Mark Carney on his victory. We may get
CTV calling it for Elizabeth May. She's now doing a little speech. David Beckham was unable to defeat Elizabeth May.
Yeah.
David Beckham?
David Beckham. That was the Liberal candidate.
That was not the David Beckham.
No.
Nah, unfortunately, it wasn't that one. No.
You couldn't parlay that name into anything great.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it's swinging around here. So now we're at 162. Like right now, the Liberals and the NDP could not form government, even with the Green. So right now, the balance of power is sitting with the Conservatives and the Bloc, is the way it sits right now. If you know those two, what's that reality TV shows when you formed alliances and stuff like
Survivor.
that? Survivor and stuff. So interesting for sure. I think that would be probably.
But I mean, we're seeing all the champagnes out at the Liberal Party headquarters and everything, and there's a lot of joy for the Liberals. But I don't know. There's going to be a hell of a hangover if it stays like this. This is not going to be a functional government.
No, and
it's going to be pretty tragic.
The worst joke on Canada would be the Liberals and the NDP and the Green needing to have a form of coalition. That would probably be the I think somebody's playing a cruel joke on Canada. And
yeah, I mean, it would just mean it would mean arguments all the time. Like the government would be at risk of falling at the drop of a hat. They would have a situation where they would have to like have fights over who's going to be the speaker and stuff like that. You know, it would be dire, really, wouldn't it? It would be terrible.
It would be probably. Well, we would have to get a lot of more taxes from people before the amount of money that the Green Party would want to shell out for the rest of the world.
But yeah, I mean, I just mean also like the fragility of it, not just the fact that they might ask for unrealistic things, like a very fringe what is in effect a pressure group, the Green Party. It's not even really a party, is it? Like for them, if they were, you know, if they had the deciding vote in the Commons, that would be crazy. But besides that, just the general fragility, that's not positive. It's not a good thing. And it kind of reminds me, well, we've suffered under the minority governments since 2019, isn't it? That's how long it's been. But another example is in my native land of England, where they, at the worst possible time during all the Brexit negotiations, there was the most feeble, pathetic, worthless government under Theresa May. And it was just like every day was a tragedy because they just couldn't do anything. They were so hopeless. They were so log jammed. And it was coming at this critical time in the country's history. And I sort of like living through that, I think, just made me allergic to minority governments. They're mini tragedies in their own way.
Yeah, and we even had that during the Conservatives, right? We had Jack Layton and Harper as a minority government. So you're right. We've had a lot of minority governments that have struggled, and I think one of the reasons that we are where we are today is because we just haven't had that strong leadership at the federal level.
It leads to a lot.
Yeah, it's sort of this if anything confirms Blanchette in his gloomy pessimism that Canada's like somehow inherently dysfunctional. He's going to feel pretty vindicated, isn't he? And if that is what's going to happen.
Most definitely.
Yeah, if it even holds like exactly where it is right now, the Conservatives and and the Bloc could form a coalition, or the Liberals in the Bloc could form a coalition. I mean, again, the Bloc would have the hammer. They could say, who's got the better deal? Because they could definitely go and put the hat out and say, like, fill it up.
Yep.
Because, again, this is a zero-sum game, so somebody wins, somebody loses as we jockey back and forth here. And there's probably not going to be a ton now between what people get, but I think the sliver is so important, and I don't know if anybody else is covering it right now, that, like you said, Ian, Parliament is formed by 172 seats. And the Liberals don't have 172 seats, and they can't get them from their famous partner, the NDP, and the Green even together. Because Elizabeth May came out and said, let's all run together. And, like, that's her dream team, because, here we have a party that represents how many votes of Canada? Like, let's take a look at that. So 111,000 people of Canada out of like 29 million could actually hold the balance of power in Canada.
Yeah.
Think about that.
And what's so funny is that you have people agitating for to try and get proportional representation. Can you imagine how chaotic that would be? If Canada can't even do first past the post without it turning into this kind of thing. Imagine a proportional representation. Just have a look. Like, if you're interested in what that might look like, check out the German elections of recent years. Just how insane it is and how chaotic it can be. First past the post is supposed to deliver certainty. It's supposed to kind of manipulate the election, let's say, to a certain extent, that preferences majorities and stronger governments, and that's supposed to be its like secret weapon. That's supposed to be what's good about it. But yeah, Canada struggles even to function in that system. So yeah, PR would just be a nightmare.
Did we get that a tweet up there with Joe Biden yet? Did you? Somebody should wake Joe up and let him know that all the votes aren't counted yet. That's okay. And again, I question whether Joe did that, because it's how late is it in Washington right now?
Joe did not do that.
It's past midnight in Washington. There's no way.
It's nearly
Joe,
midnight.
What's
5:02.
There you go.
Joe is not awake.
5 minutes to midnight.
So the Tracy Gray, Stephen Fuhr, we've got 95 out of 203 polls, so still less than half, but we've got it narrowing now to 1,000 from 1,200. So definitely bouncing all over there.
Yeah, again, that one definitely is going to come down to neighborhoods for sure. Interesting dynamics, eh?
Yeah, Dan Albus pulling ahead, leading by about 850 votes right now, with only 25% of the votes counted, but still definitely taking a lead. And Helena leading now by 1,500 votes, with a we're looking at basically 60% of the polls counted. So definitely see some more there.
Is there any tight block seats there, Ian, that you're seeing that could swing either way yet at this point?
I haven't actually been checking the block out much. Let's have a look. Let's investigate.
I mean, because it could be fairly dynamic in there.
There's one right now that is about 300 votes, with about 60% of the votes counted, maybe a little bit more, 70%. But only 300 separating, but that's with the Liberals in the lead there. That's a BTB by James Nunavik EU. And then right next door to that, sorry, I clicked too many times. No.
They're doing very well. The Liberals are doing very well in Montreal, aren't they?
Yeah, surprisingly.
Well, there's a tight one here. Yeah, that's the one you were just talking about, yeah?
Yeah.
And then...
Terrebonne is one. I don't know if you mentioned that one, but Terrebonne is very tight.
Oh, yeah. Is that ever... As is Shefford. Shefford is only separated right now by 750 votes.
Yeah, it's very tight out there.
There you go. It ain't over till it's over.
And not much to show for Pierre Poilievre's superior French. Doesn't seem to have won much in Quebec.
Not a lot, or if any. Is there any in there?
There's a couple there if you go up towards
Real, yeah.
yeah, if you follow the St. Lawrence on the south side.
Yeah, Beauce, very decided, 60%, and Belachase, Leitman is another one. Charlesbourg, Chicoutimi.
But he really, Poilievre, he really did put the effort in. He was, having watched a lot of his, well, basically every single press conference he's held in the last 3 years or whatever it is, he started to make a habit of speaking in French more than he did in English. And that was in places like, anywhere, Manitoba, whatever, he was doing it everywhere. He was really trying to appeal to Quebec, but yeah, they still got love for the Liberals, it seems.
Yeah, interesting. Very, very, very interesting. As we get more and more of the vote counted, it's a 161 to 150 now. Another one must have flipped. That was a win for the Conservatives, went ahead and won, and the Liberals lost one there, again in this zero-sum game. Not sure which riding just flipped. But that gives the Conservative in the block a 173.
Looks like an NDP riding just flipped. Because they were at 9 previously, so...
Oh, yeah, and I think they just...
Oh my goodness, and look at the elected. Liberals 119, Conservatives 115.
So close.
So close.
And then if you look at the popular vote as well, the popular vote is neck and neck with the Liberals and the Conservatives. 4.7 million versus 4.6 million. And the last time the election, I think the Conservatives won the popular vote, did they not?
That I don't remember.
I think they did.
Conservatives won the popular vote in the last 2 elections, yeah.
Go. And then the bloc just under 1 million, and then NDP way down there, just over 500,000. And the Green, again, if they have the hammer with 120,000 votes across Canada. And PPC, I think that party, he needs to find something else to do with his time. 88,000 votes. There's some independents that are doing almost as good as the PPC. There's again, people don't realize that there's some other parties there. I can't even remember the names of them all, but there's one party there, MJ. I don't know what that is. They got 37 votes across Canada.
Right now, South Surrey White Rock is 13 votes separating Ernie Clausen and Carrie Lynn Finlay. So very tight race there. 13 votes is all. And then in Delta, the Liberals are only leading by 240 votes with just over half of the votes counted. So again, very tight races. We're looking at less than, basically 1% separating those two, and 0.3% separating in South Surrey White Rock. So very, very close races to be watching. Really it's anyone's game right now. One that has flipped that we were watching was the new Westminster Burnaby Millardville. That one has flipped. Again, it's only 90 votes right now, but Indy Panchi has taken that one. And the other one that keeps like a runaway train is the Port Moody Coquitlam. That one again is definitely taking some shape there. So we're watching very carefully, but it's
there's got to be one riding, Conservative Liberal riding, that keeps slipping back and forth because it's going from 161 to 150. You know what I mean?
Like there it goes again.
Just keeps flipping back and forth.
Yeah. Jagmeet is definitely going to lose his seat. 25% of the polls reporting right now, and he only has 20% of the vote. So very not good showing there.
Not good showing for the NDP in general. How are those, like Nunavut and them, probably are fairly safe seats for them. half the polls reporting. I mean, there are very few voters up there too. You know, half the polls are reporting, and it's less than a couple thousand people, or just over like 3,000 people almost.
Yeah, right now, you know, we've got just about 25% of the votes counted in Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton, and he's still behind by just about 1,350 votes. So again, we've got a ways to go, but yeah, it doesn't.
I'd head over to Polymarket and put some money on that one, but I don't even know if that's a bet. So there you go. It'd be interesting to see how this.
I wonder what they would do in that situation, because I do have the sense that Polyev, if like it might be unlikely, it might seem unlikely, but if he did lose that seat, I feel like he isn't done with politics, is he? I think he would slip in somewhere else, wouldn't he?
Yeah, somebody else would give up their seat, and he would run it in a by-election.
How did those by-elections turn out? Like the ones that we just had, where the Liberals lost resoundingly. How are those playing out?
Oh yeah, Toronto St. Paul was the most famous one, wasn't it? It's deepest, darkest red. Yeah, so 8,838 vote majority right now for the Liberals.
Wow, that's crazy.
So that was just a complete protest vote, as sort of.
This is all about Mark Carney and Donald Trump for sure.
Yeah. So we've got in Kelowna, half of the votes have been counted now, and we have about 800 separating, 884, I guess, separating Stephen Fuhr and Tracy Gray. So definitely down from the 1,200 that we had earlier, but definitely a ways to go here to flip that one.
There's some outlets calling the defeat of Jagmeet Singh now.
I just called that one.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, I was like zoned out, I guess.
Yeah,
there you go.
I totally just called that one. I said it's official. Jagmeet has lost his seat.
There you go.
I just don't see how you can come back, especially if you only have 20% of the vote at that point.
Yeah, there you go.
A very delighted Chrystia Freeland has just been interviewed on Global there. That's
she's alive.
Something that we'll have to get used to seeing a lot more of.
Back. She's got the vibe session out.
Yeah.
Ready to go.
You know, one of the things to you know, just make note of here is that we've still got in Cowichan and Malahat, Langford, we've got Jeff Kibbe pulling away, flipping from NDP to Conservative. Nanaimo Ladysmith definitely, you know, pulling ahead there is Tamara Cronus. So definitely looking at only having, it looks like, one NDP seat left on the island, which is really shocking. And that one right now is led with about 25% of the polls coming in. We've got actually 30% of the polls coming in. We've got a lead of 1,000 votes for the NDP there over the Conservative. But Aaron Gunn ahead by 1,000 with over half of the polls up in the North Island, Powell River. So definitely the island has changed its stripes. You know, we've got down in Victoria, we've got the Liberal candidate there, as well as the Esquimalt Saanich Sooke. We've got the Liberal candidate there. So both of those flipping from NDP to Liberal, and then the other three flipping from NDP to Conservative ridings. So very interesting, although Esquimalt Saanich Sooke only has about 25% of the polls in and only separated by 1,000 between the Liberal and Conservative.
We're going to see these top numbers see smaller variations from here on, and they're going to be like smaller now. And there it just flipped again. That's that one seat that keeps going back and forth. I think, I don't know which seat that is. It's 161 to 150 now. But you're going to see these variations a little lighter. You're not going to see these big runs here. So this is very, very close. Again, this is not a decided election. The Liberals get first chance be having the most seats to form government.
They do.
So they get first crack at it. And if they go to the Bloc and they say, hey, you want to do government? And the Bloc says, nah, and the NDP and the Green don't help them, they could go to the Conservatives too. They could actually form government with the Conservatives. And then if they can't form government, then it goes to the Conservatives, and then they can ask to form a government as well. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter who asks first, but I mean, they have the first option, I guess, to ask. But it would put the Bloc in a really power position.
Yeah, and I mean, our ticker on the TV is not changing as quickly as what we're seeing it. They still have it at once. Oh, there it goes, the 150 to 161. But on the elected, we're still only separated by 5,
Yeah.
so that hasn't changed a whole lot. Liberals with 122, Conservatives with 117. So still hasn't
And I would
changed a
say
whole
like
lot.
and I'm gonna put dollars to donuts on it. I think the Pierre wins his seat, which he's losing in right now. So that gives the Conservatives 151 and the Liberals 160 if you flip that seat.
Yeah, and right now that one is, we've got 1,300 votes separating Bruce Fanjoy from Pierre Poilievre. So
what is that? We'll just start tracking
only
that. 1,300?
1,300 with 25% of the polls.
Yeah, let's just try tracking that and see where the momentum is on that one.
Yeah.
I feel like the Liberals, they've got to be disappointed, haven't they, at this
Look,
point?
there just flipped there. We got 160 to 151. So again, another Liberals riding just flipped Conservative. I don't know which one that was.
Yeah, you're right.
So right now, again, the driver's seat in my mind is the Conservatives, because I mean, I looked at the way Blanchette was talking. I bet he would do a deal with the Conservatives before he did a deal with the Liberals. He didn't seem to say, like, if you watch the debates, he was not a fan of Mark Carney. So there you go. Yeah, I don't think it's over.
Well, I mean, the question has to be asked: if things stay roughly as they are, how are they going to govern? That's the question. I can't really see it.
They may have to call another
how they're
election.
going to govern.
Yeah,
Possibly. I think that's possible. Yeah.
That's where you end up having these, serial elections, which really cost us a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of money.
So that one just flipped back again. So 161 to 150. So there is a seat that's very tight there.
Oh yeah, yours is going faster than mine. I also am seeing though right now 185 in Delta, so that one's very, very tight. And Surrey, White Rock has flipped, and now we see Carrie Lynn Finley taking the lead over Ernie Clausen. And that one is really surprising. I mean, Carrie Lynn Finley is a seasoned politician. This would be her 3rd or 4th term, I believe. She served as the Conservative whip, but Ernie Clausen, brand new to elections, and so that would be a real big surprise win for that one.
So the Bloc are looking like they're about to solidify their seats, though, too, right? Because they're elected in 19 and leading in 4. So if they lock up those 23, that definitely will give them the hammer.
Yeah. Fleetwood Port Kells is still very tight. 140 votes with about 55% of the polls counted. So that one only separated by less than a percent, 0.9%. So that one definitely is a little bit too tight to call, because that one, could really go either way. We are seeing, but again, only about 40% of the votes counted, but New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville right now gone Conservative. So that's very positive. The other one that I was going to make mention is in the Abbotsford area. That one hasn't been called yet, or has actually been called, but Sukhman Gill has a runaway train on that one. And that was the story of Mike de Jong running as an independent. And, he only got 18% of the vote, with Sukhman Gill getting 43.8%. Now, that isn't all of the polls, but, only about 20% of the polls left to count on that one.
And I just read some of the comments just because I had nothing else better to do. And somebody said that I'm the worst journalist ever because I'm so biased. And I said, I would say back to them as like, I think you should be watching CBC if you're looking for the worst biased journalist.
Totally. If we go back to Kelowna, we are looking at, about 60% of the votes counted right now, and we're still Stephen Fear is still in the lead. and winning right now by 800 votes. So still very tight race there. But I mean,
So
the
that's
good
a bit of
news
a
is
gain though on that one. Yeah, I don't know what.
the good news is how many people voted. I mean, we're looking at 40,000 people voting in that particular riding, which is
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah.
outstanding.
Yeah.
So definitely two candidates that got out their vote. Trevor McLeese, we're looking at 4% or 1,700 votes for the NDP. So definitely, not looking good there. Dan Albus has been declared with under 40% of the votes, but he's got 53% of the total votes
so far,
right now. And Helena Conant, now surging ahead by 2,500 votes, with just over, I guess, 70% of the votes being counted. So definitely a decided vote for Helena, and on her third time, big congratulations there, definitely.
Yeah, exciting at least, right?
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? At least it's exciting, and it wasn't. And it's not over yet. So
yeah, and I think again, if we look at all the pollsters, they did not have the Conservatives getting 150 seats. So if anything, the Conservatives have definitely outshone what the pollsters did. The Liberals have not done as well as what the pollsters believed that they would do, and so the polls were not accurate. They were not correct on that particular one.
It's funny how there's a person on our YouTube there named X, doesn't even have a real name. X is throwing shade at you and I.
I know. He or she was doing that the other day too.
That's just and flooding it, just kind of like keyboard warrior. It's just hilarious. What's that? No, don't ban them. They're entertaining. Keep up the good humor there. We love it. Again, if you want biased journalism, you can go right directly to the CBC and you can get it all you want all day long, and they get paid to do it as well.
Yes.
From government funding. So there you go. If you want to be honest about it, go take a look at that. Anyway, entertaining at the best, right?
Yes, indeed.
And for your information, Renee and ourselves do not call ourselves journalists. We're video show hosts.
Oh, okay. Yes.
So there you go.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever called myself. I'm just looking at some of the ridings to see how close they are, how far they are. There are some really close races still, separated by 800 votes, separated by 300 votes. So definitely too close to call. Port, New Westminster, Burnham, Lardville, still separated by about 280 votes, and only half, or a little bit over half, have reported. Richmond, Stevenson, oh no, not that one, sorry. Delta, we're only looking at 250 votes separating Jill McKnight from Jesse Sahota. So, and about 60% of the votes counted there. So,
well, there you go. It's getting down to the final numbers for sure. We're probably at about 12 million votes counted now. Getting close, right? There's 124 elected for the Liberals, 120 elected for the Conservatives. And I'll try not to be as punchy. Ian, are you still there?
I am still here. I'm just perusing
I was like, is he asleep?
the Webosphere to see what the reactions are.
And what is
And
it?
it seems like a lot of people are joking about how there's going to be another election, they think, at the moment.
I think they might be right.
I think they might be right.
That's the banter.
If I look at the elected right now, Liberals 124, Conservatives 120. We're only separated by 4 ridings. So that, again, is a very difficult one. Very difficult one.
Yeah, and I do know with the Bloc, though, they would definitely, it's their way or the highway, no matter who they formed a coalition with. And they would be a very, very fragile coalition.
I guess it all depends on whether the NDP can rummage up enough seats to form a coalition with the Liberals.
Yeah, right now they don't have enough, even if they did the Green and the NDP. I'm just saying, right now it gets tougher and tougher to see any swing in this zero-sum game. It gets tougher and tougher to see.
Yeah, it's going to be either the Liberals get together with the Bloc or the Conservatives get together with the Bloc. But I think that's the only path to, having some form of coalition government at this point. It's not. It's
like
not
we're not going to
possible.
see I would say in my mind we're not going to see the Conservatives overtake the Liberals at this point. It may get a little tighter. We may get 152, 155, something like that. It may get really, really close. But if the Bloc locks up those 23 seats, which they're really close right now, they're 21 to 22. They got 21 locked up according to this, and 2 that they're leading in. If they lock up those 2 seats, that is the power piece in this thing right now, for sure. And the Bloc were projected to win about that much too, right? Weren't they? Or were they projected to win 23 seats? Look at that. Looks like that's bang on for the Bloc.
But I must say, as the dust begins to settle, the whole Carney, the carnival is starting to look a bit like a damp squib, isn't it? Really, I mean, there was an assumption that he was going to win a majority and he was going to be a really consequential prime minister.
Well,
But
Jean said
this
that.
is a bit gloomy for him, isn't it? I think now.
Mm-hmm.
Very.
It'll be a tough slug. It'd be a really tough slug with the Liberals, with the Bloc, because they'll want everything. And I mean, that's, I think Justin Trudeau tried to do some deals with the Bloc, but I mean, their needs were way too much.
Yeah, I think, what were they trying to do? Lower the social, like the pension age to 63, was it? Wasn't that their big ask? But it was going to cost, Canadians something like $6 billion or something to that effect. And so Justin Trudeau said no.
Well, we put up that money transfer, and then the biggest benefactor of the money transfers from the West is Quebec.
Oh, yes. Most definitely. All right. You know what? This one is one that we're going to watch, and that is Stephen Fuhr and Tracy Gray tightening up. I want to say, like, right now, Tracy Gray is just 21,000. Stephen Fuhr at 21,558. So literally with 139 out of 203 polls reported. So definitely a tightening race, and 1% separating those two. So would be very, very interesting to see. Dan Albus looks like a runaway train. He's got 54% of his vote, with not quite half of the polls reporting. And Helena, almost all, we've got about 80% of the polls reporting, and she's a runaway train at 19,331, and Gloria Morgan is 16,906. The real story there is the NDP implosion. Obviously, an NDP held riding, and basically, yeah.
And the NDP has only locked up 2 of those seats. They only have 2 of those 8 seats locked up. They only have 2. Think of that. They only have 2. And then we can play some what ifs here as we're waiting for the numbers to come in.
Well, right now in Courtenay, Alberta, they're only 900 votes ahead.
Yeah. We play some what ifs if the Conservatives, if Poilievre wins his seat and Tracy Gray wins her seat, that would put them at 153, and the Liberals at 158.
Yeah, the other one that could flip still is Fleetwood Port Kells, only separated by, basically less than 100 votes. We're looking at, man, my math is getting slower and slower as the night goes on, but basically 75 votes.
Oh, wow.
Separating these two, and only 118 out of 187 polls reporting. So again, very close, too close to call. Nobody has declared a winner on that particular one. 500 votes in Surrey Newton, separating 1 and 2, and 500 votes in Delta, separating 1 and 2. Again, those are really, really close. Really, really close. Liberal right now leaning, but could go Conservative. The other one though is the Port Millardville. Sorry, I'm just trying to get there. There we go. And that one, 700 votes now. So it does look like it's they're pulling pulling away a little bit there with 175 out of 220 polls reporting. So Port Moody Coquitlam maybe a shifting momentum there in favor of Paul Lambert. He's definitely been above Zoe Royer for the last little while here.
How is Pierre Poilievre doing?
Oh, here's another one that
Still behind.
still behind. Oh, yeah.
But it's slower. It's hard. It's obviously harder work. 75 of 266 polls.
Yeah, we got all
Still
those.
2,000 votes behind. It's pretty. It's pretty
That
big
one-
lead for Bruce Van Joy.
That would probably be ripe for a recount. Just trying to go look through all those. Look, is it was it 90 people on that ballot?
Yeah, I think so. About that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would add to the kind of Banana Republic feel to the election, though, wouldn't it? If they had to do a recount there for the leader of the Conservative Party.
Yeah, and like it's. I mean, how many people? Probably they have a tough time even finding names on that list there.
Yeah, it's. I mean, last time I looked, quite a lot of them had 0 votes. Let me see.
Oh yeah, so
Some
many.
of them, quite a lot of them, still have 0 votes, so they didn't even vote for themselves.
Ridiculous is what I say. Ridiculous.
Yeah, this is interesting for sure.
Okay, so I want to just do the math here. So if we, and I'm looking at the Lower Mainland in particular, right? Because these are some of the closest. So we've got 450 separating Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. So that is one. Surrey Centre is I think Randeep Sarai is going to win that. This one is very close, less than 500 votes separating in Delta. 500 votes in Surrey Newton, and Fleetwood Port Kells. We're looking at 70 votes in between the two. So 1, 2, 3, 4. If those 4. That would take the Liberals down to 156 and would put the Conservatives up to 155.
That's wow. So
Right?
that's what I mean. It's really, really close.
Now that's if every one of those.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, maybe the Conservatives have to get together with the NDP.
I don't know if that will happen. So the difference right now between the Tracy Gray riding is 409 seats.
So there's another one. So what did we count? We've counted 5 ridings right now that are 500 or less apart.
Yeah.
Correct?
Which is not much.
If
right?
those flip, we would literally have the
A
Conservatives
tie.
at 160 and the Liberals at 150.
Yeah, so this is not over. I mean, that's what we're trying to say. This is not over. And it's definitely not over as to who forms government here. Because the NDP looks like they're in full wipeout mode.
Oh, absolutely.
Like complete wipeout. Like they've locked up.
Maybe permanent.
Yeah, no, it could well be that they just be saying, well, why would we run NDP? Well, they likely won't have any money either.
I think you had just said this, and if you did, forgive me, but right now, Stephen Fuhr to Tracy Gray, 150 out of 203, so we basically have 75% of the polls. But it has narrowed now to 450 votes.
Yeah.
So 0.8%, very tight race.
Very tight.
Very tight race.
You're welcome.
That was my friend Q talking to me.
Aww.
I mean, it's yet again, isn't it? It's a very tight election.
Yeah.
For all it seemed that, all the chatter was Mark Carney was going to steamroll everything before him. It's ended up being not really that different from the last couple of elections.
Can we pull that?
Like, it seems like the tribes exist in Canada and they're not really shifting, are they? They're sort of left and right.
Can we pull that 338 up again, just for a second? Again, if we look at that, they had the Liberals at 186 seats, the Conservatives at 124 seats, and the Bloc at 23, which is almost bang on. NDP at 9, which is almost bang on, and the Green at 1. So it's the Liberals and the Conservatives that they have.
So there has been a flip, and that was to Ernie Clausen from Kerry Lynn Finley in South Surrey, White Rock. So that one just flipped, and so now it's only 300 votes separating them, but 350 votes separating those two, with just about, I guess it's just over 60% of the votes counted.
Yeah, so that one will probably go back and forth, and there you go. But again, that doesn't, like right now, the way it sits, that the Liberals need to get to if they even want to form a coalition government with the NDP, they need to get to, 164, I think.
But I mean, the bloc, they're going to be the kingmakers, aren't they? If they choose, they might not go into a coalition with the Liberals, but they might do something like happened in 2019 with the NDP, where it's a kind of issue by issue.
Yeah, they definitely have the hammer right now, and if they hang on to that, that is the. But again, like you said, without a clear mandate, it's a fragile government at best.
Yeah.
Either way.
And that's a complete nightmare for trying to deal with
Trump.
The US, isn't it? Trying to renegotiate the renegotiated NAFTA with the Bloc Québécois. So separatists, they're the people that you need to impress. I mean, that's just not going to work. And when I think about it in those terms, surely it will be another election.
Yeah. And I guess the question is, does Mark Carney stick around for it? Likely, because...
Well, he's got to now. He's got to save face, hasn't he? He's got this far. But I do think, Donald Trump and his cronies will be absolutely delighted with the outcome of this election, won't they? Because this is not. It's not gonna be a strong government. It's not gonna be Canada strong, as we were promised by Mark Carney.
This is divisive at best.
Yeah. Stephen Fuhr now only leading by 350 votes. So very, very tight still there.
We don't have anybody checking.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. This is probably Trump's best case scenario.
Oh.
Right? Like
100%.
We all wake up, we still don't have a real leader. We're not sure what direction we're going. It's going to be a wild card on a daily basis.
Looks like we have some comments from Dan Albus. So we're going to play this clip here from Dan Albus.
More doors ever. We handed out more signs. My team have been the happy warriors that we are. I got to say, we've had so much fun, and thank you each and every one of you, because regardless of how this election has been, you've made it, the most memorable election I've ever had.
Oh, always the statesman. He is, such a good guy.
There you go.
Enjoying a Pepsi there, I'm sure.
Oh yes,
Pepsi Light.
Yeah.
I mean, I do feel for Tracy Gray and Fuhr though, because how stressful that must be to know what the next 4 years of your life potentially are going to consist of.
So we got about 14 million votes counted so far.
14 million out of 28 million, right?
Yeah. But we should expect around 19 million if we look at what the traditional elections are doing. Because 29 is the eligible electorate. And then I'm just going to do a little fast math here. My calculator's going to do some fast math, not me.
Nice, I like that.
It's 12, 13. I can actually probably do it in my head just as fast. 12, 13, 14. Yeah, just 14 million votes have been counted so far out of a possible, 19 million. So that's pretty close now. If you figure that out, even 18 million, 19 million is what we're probably going to get, and 14 of it is in.
And Polyev he's increased the share of the vote for the Tories by quite a bit, hasn't he? It's one of those weird ones where you improve on the previous election, but somehow you still lose.
But the big difference here for sure is the cratering of the NDP, and I think that's what everybody was tracking. Even like Tom Mulcair, the former NDP leader, basically telling people on television there not to vote for the NDP, to vote for Liberal or Conservative. Basically, he's telling them to vote Liberal because not many NDPers are going to vote for the Conservatives. I mean, there is some, but I mean, it's not. It would be a smaller portion. And I don't know, Jagmeet never really responded to that. Not that I seen anyway. When Tom Mulcair said that.
Yeah, he sort of had his head in the sand, I think, a little bit. He seemed to have, to be honest, I mean, this is just speculation, but he seemed to have kind of checked out, as far as I was concerned.
Yeah, it was very much, I don't know, it seemed like what he did say was kind of just gibberish lots of times, too.
Yeah. I'm still looking, man, this south of the Fraser, Metro Vancouver is really interesting. Delta only separated by 580 votes. Surrey Centre only separated, well, this one's a little bit less interesting. Sorry, not that one, sorry. Surrey Newton is only separated by 500 votes. Surrey White Rock is only separated by 450 votes. And then Fleetwood Port Kells is only separated by 53 votes with 119 out of 187. So we've got 4 ridings in the Lower Mainland that really are so tight, I don't think you can call them. Another one that's maybe not as tight, it's separated by 550 votes, is Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. So again, I'm looking at these ridings. We've got 5 in the Lower Mainland and 1 in the interior, all of which, are so close that it could go either way for any of these.
So I just checked the Fuhr Gray riding, and there's 349 votes. I think, is that what you said last time? 349? It was close anyway. And then it's 165 of the 203 ballots that are counted. I'm just going to start tracking that and see where that goes.
Yeah. So very, very interesting. Too close to call. And oh my goodness, I feel for Tracy and Stephen right now. It's very stressful right now to see that in this tight of a race. But we've been talking about this riding over the course of the election, and it was going to be a difficult one for Tracy. She's worked really hard, got to the doors, etc. But I know that the team that's working behind Stephen Fuhr is doing the same. I mean, he's got a pretty strong team that's been pounding the pavement over the course of this election, and he's had this Carney craze behind him. So
I do want to mention one thing, and you said it early on that this could come down to British Columbia, and it really is. Like, we add it up right now. This is all about. I don't know how far we have to go back where it's all about British Columbia, because this is all about British Columbia, because there's 4 or 5 seats here that could make the difference. Because it's not 4 or 5 seats, because when you move 4 seats or 5 seats from the Liberals to the Conservatives, that's the difference, because one loses. You know what I mean?
Totally.
If you add 5 seats to the Conservatives, that's 155, and when you take away 5 seats from the Liberals, that's 154.
Totally.
Do you know what I mean? 5 seats, and that's all these seats in British Columbia right now. So British Columbia, for all I can ever remember, is actually in the driver's seat here as far as the most seats in this election. Yeah,
it's a very interesting race. If these 6 seats flip, if the 6 seats flip, we have a different minority. We have a Conservative minority. If 5 seats flip, we'll literally have 1, which means that the Liberals, when they put up a speaker, will be tied with the Conservatives. So it's a very, very interesting race. Anyone that said it didn't matter whether or not you voted, anyone who said it didn't matter if you went out, look at the 70-point split of Port Kells right now, and you can know that your vote really mattered in this particular election. I just saw the numbers flip again, but maybe this is where you had it at 349.
I got 349, yeah.
Yeah, so
that's with 165 of the ballots.
Yeah, so we've got.
How is Pierre doing out there in Ontario land?
Thank you so much. Jagmeet Singh is he's delivering his concession speech right now, so I was a little bit distracted.
Is that on X? We can maybe play that.
Let's see if we can get it. I'll have a look.
But
the last I checked, anyway, with Polyev, it was still about 2,000 behind the Liberal. Yeah, I can't see it on their X. I mean, they're probably not the kind of thing that they would want to broadcast to the world, maybe.
1,800 between Polyev and Fanjoy.
1,800, and that's at how many ballots in? 18?
110 and 266.
266, okay. So we'll just see where that goes.
We could maybe do it on CPAC, couldn't we? I don't know what that arrangement is like.
Oh, no, there's a big jump here now. So the NDP, the Liberals actually just took one from the NDP, actually. No, they took two. They actually took one from the Conservatives and the NDP, so...
Oh, they did, but, I mean, barely. Vancouver Kingsway just flipped. Amy Gill taking over Don Davies, but it is less than 50 votes right there. So 0.1% with 150 of 193 polls reporting. So that is one that they just flipped.
Taking from the NDP doesn't really gain them any ground, though. Do you know what I mean? Like taking from the NDP, actually, still, it's only 171. And the Green doesn't look like it's going to get any more. Like the Green, I think they're out of contention to pick up another seat. Like they're not going to get any more. So the Green is where they're at.
Yep.
And then the NDP.
Just trying to figure out where else they I think they just pulled one.
You got the live for Jagmeet Singh? Okay, go ahead and play that. Did you mute it?
Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, it's tough. But we are only defeated if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table. We make room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. Honestly, I got to avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's going to get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that, so I'm going to look away now. You know who you are. Don't look at me again. Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement. I've worked really hard to be worthy of this trust, to live up to the legacy of our movement. Hold on a sec, I guess. Thank you. One more sec. Tonight, I've been informed our party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without, here's a point, give me a second to break down a bit. I couldn't have done it without the incredible support of my wife, Kidden. She has been my rock. She's been my foundation. For the past couple years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up and supported me. She has made so many sacrifices. She convinced me that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know. But she's amazing. I'm just so thankful. Thanks for being on this journey. I'm going to give you a hug. Hold on. Also, I might break down this part because, and Anhad and Dani, my daughters, remind me of the future. God damn it, that we are fighting for. That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about my kids. I'm very sappy when it comes to my daughters, so I get a little emotional. I've also been supported by my family, and I got to thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing. Love you both. My brother, I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother. So big shout out to my brother, Krathan. And honestly, this may sound funny, but my in-laws, I literally couldn't have done this without my in-laws. They're amazing. Where are my in-laws? They're somewhere here. Wherever they are, they're here. I wanted to look at them and point at them too. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. Literally, if you're a parent, you know how important your parents are, and your in-laws too, it turns out. So, huge thank you. They've supported us. They've kept me grounded, given us great advice. I'm so thankful to my family. You can't do this work without great people, and you can't do this without a great family supporting you. So, thank you to my family. I'm spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit, I'm trying to be graceful here, folks. I also want to thank my NDP caucus. This is a team that together we brought historic change for people. We brought real change to the lives of Canadians. I know that people are concretely better off because of our work over the last 8 years, and no election result will ever diminish that. So thank you to my... My caucus, honestly, I'm so thankful to them all. We did some incredible work together. Seriously, every one of you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I might break down this part too. Forgive me if I do. I can only do this, and we can only do this work because of a great staff. And y'all just poured your heart into me, into the work that we did. So. Good thing that there's water here. This water is very strategically placed for me, so it's very, very lucky that I have. I might need a couple more glasses, so just if anyone can help me out on that, that'd be great. Y'all brought your talent, your heart to the fight every day. We treat each other with respect and dignity and with kindness, and I love you all. Almost there, folks. I got a couple other things I really want to get off my chest here. One other thing is, Nothing's too spicy. It just gets.
There you go, and we're back.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise there that Jagmeet's going to or has resigned as soon as the election's over. I mean, with the election results that we're seeing here, it's that's not a surprise. One of the things that is surprising is with 155 of 221 polls reporting, Carrie Lynn Finley is definitely losing any sort of chance at retaking a lead. Ernie Clausen surging with just over 1,100 votes now separating them. So that one's going more and more definitively in the favor of the Liberals. However, Delta is still at less than 750. Surrey Newton is still is about 600 apart. And then Fleetwood Port Kells has about 50 apart right now still. So that's with 121 out of 187. So really too close to call on those particular ones. 600 votes on Surrey Newton. I think I said that already. So
250 votes now for Tracy Gray to make up with Stephen Fuhr, with 175 of the 203 polls to go. So that is like that. We said this right from the beginning, that this could be the riding, and it is a big riding, right? Because that would bring the Conservatives to 150, the Liberals to 162. I mean, the only path for anybody, it looks like right now, and it's for both of them, it's the block. Because the NDP and the Green really have no ability to do anything for anybody. Do you know what I mean? If they hang on to, if they only keep 7 seats, and the Liberals and the Conservatives kind of hang on to where they're at, which, again, it gets tougher and tougher as we get down here to these numbers to move anything.
Yeah, I mean, one of the ones that we haven't talked about yet is basically the clean sweep of Alberta.
There you go.
We have one little tiny NDP riding in the center of Calgary, it looks like. Very hard for me to actually
zoom in on that,
zoom
just to find that speck.
Yeah, like literally, it looks like the downtown core of Calgary, and then we've got the same in Edmonton. So outside of those two, not a single.
164 now to 148. Another Conservative riding just flipped. So what does that give them now? 164 plus 7 plus 8. That would get them a path.
That would get them a path, yeah.
Yeah. So, again, that would be the worst scenario. But I have big faith that Pierre's riding will go to Pierre. So that would probably flip back. I don't know which one just flipped. But again, this is definitely down to the final wires, right?
Ian, do you
It's
see
getting worse if you follow the Polyev one. He's now 2,120 votes behind.
Did you see which one flipped?
I haven't seen, no.
Oh, I think it's. Oh no, those were already.
So we're at 13, 14, 15. Like 16 million votes basically almost in now. So we're getting really close, hey? Really, really close now.
It's so bizarre to me when you can have a whole nother poll come in. Like I'm watching the Fleetwood Port Kells one so closely because there's only 50 votes in between these guys. And not even 50, 48 right now votes in between these two candidates. But like one more poll will come in and it will only change like by 3 different votes. So like they're still staying like 50 votes apart.
Yeah, it's hard to get that change, right?
No, but it's just unreal how statistically significant that is, right? Like to actually see that. Looking at the one that flipped,
197 now for Tracy Gray.
Oh, it's getting narrower. We're back in Rutland ridings for the polls.
And it's at 178 now.
Between Amy Gill in Vancouver, Queensway, and Don Davies, we're looking at about 85 votes separating them. So again, very close and too close to call on that particular riding. I mean, if it stays that close, those are the ones that go to judicial recounts. Another one that's really close, is I had mentioned the South Surrey White Rock. That one just had another poll come in, and it's narrowed by another 100 votes. So, I mean, maybe there's a path to victory still for Carrie Lynn. There's still 51 more polls to come in on that particular riding. So, very interesting to see what transpires there.
How you doing, Ian? How you making out? You're out there in Ottawa time.
Well, just like all the other power brokers, I suppose. I'm trying to stay awake. I've just been looking at Brampton, which is just outside of Toronto, and that whole Brampton, and then across into sort of Milton. That whole area there is full of extremely thin leads. So that's, I think, a lot of the back and forth has been there. Because if you look there, Brampton South, 104 votes, 163 for Brampton Centre. Then we have Brampton North Caledon, that's 81 votes. Brampton West, 943. And then Milton East, which is just next to it, 518. So that's, I mean, it's just kind of, like Renee was saying, that's getting into the sort of recount territory if it's going to stay like that. So that's very, very interesting.
Oh, that is very interesting. You're right. Like 0.3%.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
wow.
It's wild. But again, we're getting down to the final crumbs in the leading, though, too. Like there's only 23, 43, 47 left to be decided. 47 seats left to be decided. And then the Bloc has one left that they're leading in before they lock that one up.
Yeah, this is like, talk about when was the last time that we were watching an election that was this close? I'm talking about individual ridings that were all this close. I mean, we're looking at the Brampton ones that Ian, you just mentioned. If we add those into the mix of the other ones that are less than 500 apart, we're looking at about 10 ridings that are all in that less than like sub 500 apart between the Liberals and Conservatives. So very interesting. Very interesting to see that those differences there.
Yeah,
Polyev is about to speak. I've put the links in the document, Rommel, if you want to get that up there. He's just about to begin.
Oh.
We'll just use the link there.
That I stand before you today at the moment of this historic election, because only in Canada could the story that Anna and I bring to the stage be possible. Adopted son of school teachers and a Venezuelan refugee, stand on this stage in front of our proud country, offering ourselves up to serve for the future, after millions of people have shown up and marked their X, spoken their voice, and exercised their democratic rights. We could not be more proud, we could not be more grateful for the opportunity the Canadians have given us. And speaking now of Anna, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible wife. She's been by my side. She's my rock. I love and cherish you and our little ones more than you'll ever know. And I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. I love you. Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you could get a great life, you could have a nice, affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise. Thank you. To the candidates who ran under our banner as Conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward. Ça serait un grand honneur de continuer de me battre pour vous, parce que j'ai un honneur d'être votre voix, c'est un honneur de me battre pour les valeurs conservatrices pour lesquelles vous avez voté, et surtout, ça va être un honneur de continuer d'avancer la promesse du Canada, que chacun ici au Canada qui travaille fort peut avoir une belle vie et une belle maison abordable dans une communauté sécuritaire. C'est ça notre vision et on va le ramener chez nous. Merci beaucoup. To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote. Our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning and we did all of this in a very difficult environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country. Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account, but first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti, on a grandement élargi notre soutien et chaque jour, le caucus conservateur et moi allons travailler à Ottawa pour rendre des comptes du gouvernement au nom des millions de Canadiens qui ont décidé de voter pour un vrai changement. J'ai eu l'honneur de parcourir le pays et parler aux milliers de personnes qui ont partagé leurs préoccupations, leurs peines, leurs espoirs. Everywhere I went, hard-working people took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners, and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home, parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home, grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go outside because of the rising wave of crime. All of these stories touched my heart and gave me inspiration to work towards something better. These people continue to need voices, and I will continue to fight for them every day, and every day we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people. Thank you. We hear your stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed that change did not get over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we never give up, because our people and our country are worth fighting for. Je vous ai entendu et j'ai apporté vos histoires avec moi tout au long de cette campagne. Et vos histoires vont rester avec moi lorsque je me bats avec mon équipe conservatrice pour vous défendre et pour avancer vos intérêts. À ceux qui ont désespéré besoin de changement, je sais que vous êtes déçus. Le changement est difficile et ça prend du temps. Surtout, ça veut dire qu'on peut jamais lâcher. Parce que notre pays et son peuple méritent qu'on se batte pour eux.
All right.
There you go. He's not
That
resigning.
was his I ain't leaving speech, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Even if he's not going to have a seat.
How's that looking, Ian? For
Not good.
Not good, yeah. I mean, for the first time, I think there's starting to be a kind of inevitability about it, actually. I think he is going to lose.
Yeah, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. There's 170 out of 266, and he's 5.5% behind. So he's like 1,300 votes. No, sorry, 2,300 votes. 2,300 votes behind.
like I said, it gets tougher and tougher for anything to change at this point.
Yep. Meanwhile, we've got Stephen Fuhr and Tracy Gray about 220 apart from each other, 215 apart from each other.
Yeah, 214, I think, yeah.
So
Crazy.
very, very close. Very, very close.
Well, we got that part right, that was going to be close.
Yeah, we sure
and then
did.
it was going to come down to British Columbia for sure. And then a lot of those ones that flipped here, Ian was saying there's a lot of them that were really close out there in Ontario as well.
Brampton, yeah.
Yeah, one of the surprising ones is that we've been watching. Fleetwood Port Kells has had like 50 votes separating them, and all of a sudden it's like 250 votes separating them. So, or 300, 250 votes separating them. So yeah, like definitely a little bit, went from 0.3% separating to 1.2% separating.
This is starting to look like the BC election where we won't know the final numbers for a while. We're going to hang around here to see where Tracy Gray's seat kind of like shakes out, and then maybe we might get some reaction from. There's a photo there you can put up there. Rommel. That's the Tracy Gray, right? And that's down here at Midtown Station. That's that first photo there. There's no problem. There you go.
It's definitely a very close race still in certain areas here.
Very, very tight. How many? Still at 187 polls. Those are all those Rutland polls and Joe Rich polls that are coming in late.
Depends.
Big White, they're driving in. They're skiing it in, maybe. Still got some snow up there. They got the sled dogs out. They're bringing it in.
Sled dogs. Yeah, I guess so. Hey.
Sled dogs.
Just going to go back to Poilievre's little speech there, though. It's quite interesting that he said that we're going to hold the government to account. So he's kind of fully positioning himself as the opposition, and he's not going to. I mean, he obviously has a lot of differences with the bloc anyway, doesn't he? So I mean, he's not going to.
Yeah.
It would be quite hard to imagine them going into business together. But
you'd basically have to
he
sell
seems
your
to
soul.
be kind of resigned to that idea that he'll be the opposition.
I think the other thing here too is that there's a cautionary tale in what the NDP have done. You look at how the NDP have created the coalition with the Liberals, thinking it was giving them more airtime and it was giving them this strength or this power, but in the end, it led to their implosion. So I don't know if that would bode very well for the Conservatives to give up that voice that they have. Now, having said that, it's also going to make it more difficult for Pierre to be seen as anything other than that opposition voice as well. So,
well, what if the NDP lose 4 more seats and the Liberals pick up those 4 seats? That gets them to 168.
Oh, something just changed. 165 to 147 there.
Yeah. So who lost that seat?
NDP.
Oh, the NDP lost it? I think the Conservatives at 148, weren't they, a minute ago? Hard to tell.
Yes, they were. But I thought the NDP were at 8.
There still might be a path to a Liberal majority if, who knows?
There'd have to be quite a few that would...
Seats flip still, eh?
Yeah. But we're talking about all these seats flipping. So I think that the Conservatives were at 147. I think the NDP were at 8, and now they're at 7. So I think that the Liberals took one from the NDP somewhere, but I can't find it because the one that I was watching was Vancouver Kingsway, and that one Dan Davies is securely back in the lead there. So that wasn't that one that flipped. So I'm not sure where it was that did.
Do we have did Blanchette speak already too, Ian?
I believe he has. I believe he has spoken, yeah. Let's see if we can get that. Maybe, but it's going to be in French, though, so we're going to need a translation, aren't we?
Now that he probably runs Canada, he probably said it in English.
He might have wanted all of Canada to hear him.
When's Carney going to speak? Maybe he's already asleep. He's going to do it tomorrow.
I don't think so. That would be a bad.
If Joe Biden stayed up for that tweet, Mark Carney should stay up.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
You're gonna hit refresh all you want. Things don't change much, eh?
No. I mean, some of the ones that I thought had an opportunity to still change, like Port Moody, That one's now separated by 1,000, so not looking like that one's going to change. As well, the Ian Black riding, Coquitlam. Sorry, I'm just trying to find it here. Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. That one is separated by, they haven't called it yet, still 50 poles to go, and separated by 350 right now. So very tight race there. But I mean, right now, ooh, I just refreshed and we have a new count. So between Stephen Fuhr and we have 206 now.
Oh, just refreshed
separating
again.
them.
It just went again.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. Or unless you got that, there's 189 polls.
Yeah, 206 votes separating them.
Not much movement there, that's for sure, eh?
No, I mean, that's the bizarre part where it's like, you know, you'd think it would refresh more than that, but
it's pretty close to.
Yeah.
Sean Fraser pulled it out.
Yeah, he did.
When he was getting right down to the end there.
Yeah, he did.
How's Pierre doing, Ian?
2,500 behind. I just checked.
Yeah. Well, 23.71 I'm seeing, but he's got a lot of ground to make up there. I think
that one's
it would be a bit weird if he. It would be odd to me if he won. If he won now, I think he's been behind all night.
Yeah, that one just blows me away that he would lose that seat, but you know, there you go.
It really surprises me as well because I actually know this terrain. I know these the little villages and whatnot that make up this riding, and I'm quite surprised that they didn't vote for him because it's very much conservative country.
But it's similar.
So it really does surprise me.
I think it might be similar to what happened in Point Grey. You know, when David Eby won Christy Clark's riding, you know, the leader of the party is gone so much that a lot of people lose that kind of personal touch with them, and sometimes it can really hurt that boots on the ground feeling that people want to see. So.
Yeah, obviously that must come into play.
Yeah.
Plus the 90 candidates they ran there probably didn't hurt, right?
Yeah. Just refreshed again on Tracy Gray and Stephen Fuhr, and we have 191 now separating. You know, we have 13 polls left to go. If there's six votes that she makes up every time, that's not going to be enough. She really needs some form of
big box.
Yeah. And
there's not a lot of votes in those. Some of these boxes could have very few votes too, right?
Yeah, Liberals up to 165 now compared to the Conservatives of 147. So
They could actually form a coalition right now with the NDP and the Greens if everything stayed exactly the same, which would be.
Looks like the Greens have lost Kitchener. They've lost their MP there.
Well, they only have the one seat, right?
Yeah, just Elizabeth May.
No, couldn't they, like 165 plus 7 is 172 plus the Greens is 173.
Yes. So they could now.
Yeah. Which would be
ironic.
Get ready to pay a lot more in taxes.
Oh my goodness. Could you imagine?
Right? Because there's a lot of ground we have to make up. The US stops paying out US aid and Canada makes up for it.
Yeah.
I really don't know what we'll have left for an automobile sector in Canada if that's the coalition as well.
Yeah. It's
We'll have a really good wind turbine sector, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, as much as
hemp, organic hemp.
There we go. As much as Pierre is losing still in Carleton, you know, there are still like 66 polls left to count.
Because it's a different, if the rural ones come in, and because it's a kind of a weird kind of riding, right? There's some urban areas and some rural areas.
It really depends.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there are some somewhat like suburban, I would say. There are definitely like suburban housing developments in that riding towards like the Stittsville area and a little bit up on the east side there. But I don't know. I mean, you would think he lives in Greeley, which is like a little village sort of thing with lots of big houses and hidden behind trees. But then there's also Manotick, places like that. I feel like almost everywhere would go conservative. So I don't know anymore. I mean, it's almost, it seems to me that maybe those ones that you would think would be conservative have gone against them. But I suppose there'll be a debrief imminently.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed.
Has Mark Carney said anything yet?
No, he's just biding his time, waiting for the right moment to parachute in to speak.
Waiting for that.
Yeah.
I mean, still,
It is
there's.
interesting though, Polyev, though, because I mean, obviously he's looking at the same numbers that we are. He must kind of know that there's a really good chance he's going to have lost here. I wonder if he's kind of tried to get ahead of it in a way by doing that little speech there, because it seemed to me the main message, the only really interesting thing that he said there was like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to still be here.
Yeah.
It's almost like he's trying to get ahead of a defeat. So he's like saying, you're not going to dislodge me. I'm not going to go. I'm just going to go to another riding, maybe back to his beloved Alberta.
Yeah.
That could be. I mean, look at the sweep in Alberta. But
She's awfully blue out west, other than the Lower
Yeah.
Mainland again. Hey, the Lower Mainland is, and then that horseshoe around Ontario there too, like just, and then those ones up there. I mean, the population is so slim in the upper part of Canada, where nobody lives.
yeah, I do think that the Conservatives lost a little bit of ground in the Lower Mainland. Carrie Lynn Finlay losing her seat, I think is a loss. I mean, the rest of these were all held by Liberals before, like Suk Dhaliwal and Sarai. But I definitely think that they were hoping to do better than what they did in these ridings. I think if I was Polyev, I'd be a little bit disappointed considering how much time I spent in BC to do what they were able to achieve here.
I think a few more polls reported for Tracy Gray's riding, and I don't think she picked up anything in there. I think it's pretty much the same.
190, yeah.
Oh. Running out of boxes.
Yeah, which is so weird. Like, that's that thing, like, how do you stay at those, like,
Just statistically, it just
yeah,
kind of
those
works.
percentages.
But there was that huge swing because it was
All
like.
right, Carney's going to speak now.
There you go. Let's play that.
I'll see if I can get the link. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just missing his wife, so she's not the most charismatic of people, so I wouldn't worry.
Most definitely.
She's actually looking quite passionate there, though, I must say. So they're not doing it. The Liberals aren't doing it, so we're just going to have to piggyback on.
Yeah, let's. We got Albus one-on-one with Corvin there. We're going to do that one first here.
Okay.
My team and I are elated. We knew that that there was, with a redistributed riding, we're going to have to do more outreach than we ever have done before. So tens of thousands of doors were knocked on, handed out more signs than I've ever done before, and got a chance to talk with people on their terms, to talk about their priorities, and that's really important. I think that what we saw tonight nationally, you know, where it was a very competitive race, just think back a couple of weeks, all the political pundits were saying that Mr. Carney was going to get a supermajority. Everyone was, all the polls were showing that. And tonight, I think my team performed. I think the Conservatives have done extraordinarily well. We have a great mix of new members of Parliament and experienced members of Parliament, because there are so many big issues that we need to deal with. So I'm looking forward to this new Parliament and trying to see what we can do, you know, to deal with some of these serious issues that we have.
Definitely. What are some of those serious issues you heard during your campaigning?
Well, look, when it comes to affordability, we have too many seniors right now making big decisions between heating and eating. We have too many young families that want to make the Okanagan their home, but can't own a home. They don't see that there's going to be those prospects. So the Liberal Prime Minister, Mr. Carney, and I offer the Prime Minister my congratulations, because now he is elected. That's something that he didn't have before. You know, that he's made a lot of promises, and particularly around areas about on housing. So you know, I'm really looking forward to pushing to make sure that there are some results on that. Canadians have chosen the Conservative, a very, very strong Conservative opposition, and I think that's a very short leash on the Liberal government.
Yes, and now with the riding being redistributed and changing, how did that affect the campaign?
Well, redistribution is a lot of fun because you get to meet new people, and you also have to go back to some of your other areas. So I've been very fortunate to have you know, strong ties in Summerland, Peachland, the West Side, Greater West Side, as well as West Bank First Nation, West Kelowna, as well as Kelowna Mission. Some of the Kelowna part has been redistributed, so I ended up meeting people in Gallagher's, the Ponds, Kettle Valley, the whole South Kelowna component. So I got to meet a lot of people, and really, you really, like any politician, you really have to focus on what's on their minds and what's their priorities. And so for me, that's what elections do. They give you the moral authority to stand up in Ottawa, to be able to speak on their behalf, because there are some serious issues, whether it becomes to the tariff issues that we're having down south, whether it becomes on becoming less reliant on the Americans. And look, our fiscal situation right now, we have never sent so much money to Ottawa and received so little in return. So I think people want to see some accountability for those things. They want to see some improvements on areas like crime and drug policy, and I think we're going to have to do it in this Parliament.
In your experience, how does this election night compare to other election nights?
Every election is totally different, and you know, redistribution is also a bit of a challenge because you have to reach out to new people, and again, like I said, speak to them on their terms. I think that's what really I can hold here, is that even if someone said that they weren't going to vote for me, they wanted to find out how I would act as a member of Parliament, and they gave me significant time. One case, a gentleman gave me 15 minutes of his valuable time discussing what his concerns were. So I mean, he may not have voted for me, but I will say this, is I will work hard for everyone, and I want people, when they see me in the House of Commons, I want them to say, you know what, Mr. Albus is a hardworking member of Parliament. I may not agree with him on this issue, but I like how he represents our area. That's my goal, to be accountable, to be accessible, and to get results for everyone.
That was 70. And we're back. Jim Check and Renee Merrifield. And we're just going to wrap things up here. We're going to listen to Mark Carney. A lot of these things won't get decided probably for a bit here. Tracy Gray has left for the night, but she's getting really close. The last time you checked.
Absolutely. Yeah, only 130-ish, 138-ish. Separate them right now. I'll do it really quickly here. 138. Yeah, I was right. Look at that, my gut.
There you go. You ready to go with that Mark Carney clip? Okay.
And for those who were elected, particularly those Liberals who were elected, I am looking forward to working together to deliver for Canadians. This says, Bruce. And Bruce, yes, Bruce Vanjoy. I'm looking forward to working with Bruce Vanjoy. Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're going to have fun tonight. Yes, we're going to have fun. Bien sûr, je tiens à remercier les milliers de bénévoles ici ce soir et à travers le pays qui ont donné de leur temps pour cogner au port, pour faire des appels, pour échanger avec leurs voisins et les membres de leur communauté, pour nous donner un gouvernement fort. Ouais, c'est ça. You know, I chose to enter politics because I felt we needed big changes in this country. But big changes guided by strong Canadian values. Values that I learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and Verley, and from my siblings. I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned on the ice from my coaches. Values that have been reinforced as I've met with Canadians across this great country. And those include three values that I want to highlight this evening. Humility. It's Canada after all. Ambition. It's Canada after all. And unity. It's Canada. I love you. Right back. Right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister. You betcha. Okay, well, you have to judge after this next section because I am going to begin. I am going to begin with the value of humility.
There you go. You have Mark Carney there.
Yeah.
I think we're back. Are we back, Ronald? Maybe. We're back. Look at that. There you go.
Yeah.
Not bad for a low budget outfit, eh?
No way, man. We're rocking it. You know, I just a Kelowna update there. 195 out of 203, so only 8 polls left, but only separated by 65.
By Mary
60,
Lemieux.
Yeah,
by
66
Mary Lemieux,
votes.
66 votes.
66 votes. Yeah, so Stephen Fuhr and Tracy Gray just neck and neck, but Stephen Fuhr still ahead.
By 66 votes there. Lemieux, a Lemieux separation.
Yeah, and it's interesting, the same riding, or very similar riding to it, actually, you know, if we look at the BC provincial election, it's a new riding for the province as well, and you know, came down to Christina Lowen and Loyal Wooldridge, basically, you know, 30 votes apart. So again, it does seem like quite a divided riding, and in that particular case as well, I don't know if it's about the accessibility of the voting polls, but again, very, very good turnout in that particular riding. But right now, I mean, this is one of the strongest turnouts I've seen. You know, both of them riding, and you know, at 25-7 apiece. So that's good. I mean, in terms of turnout.
Tracy Gray has went home for the evening. Obviously, some of these polls coming in later. Ian, any final thoughts?
I'm still watching our good friend Mark Carney here. Likes to talk about humility a lot, and I find that quite fascinating, considering he's not the most humble of people. But yeah, I just think this needs to be, the dust needs to settle. We don't know all that much, do we?
I don't think we're gonna know.
We could end up going to sleep, waking up to a Liberal majority still, just sneaking in there. It's still theoretically possible, or it might be the calamity that we feared earlier in the evening, where it's a very sort of fragile situation.
Or it could even be what we were talking about, the worst case scenario is a Liberal NDP Green coalition.
It would take all three parties to amalgamate or to coalesce.
Yeah, so
that would be the traffic light. That's what they call it in what did they call it? Is that Germany? The traffic light coalition.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Going to bed and waking up, it will be a very interesting.
You get an Easter egg in the morning or something.
Yeah, very interesting. But for right
I'm going to
now,
also be monitoring the Polyev story, the Polyev situation, because I mean, it looks like he's lost his seat now. I would probably say that with some confidence that he's going to lose. So I'd be very interested to see what happens, where he goes. Is it because he could just if you look at the map, he could just go like a few miles south and go to an extremely safe seat there, Stormont Dundas. I mean, there's quite a few surrounding him. So is he going to do that, or is he going to go? Is he going to sort of make the journey and go somewhere else in Canada?
Josh stuck his head in the door here, and he was saying, "Is there any similarities to this and the Harper Martin era, where
Martin got in the minority government and then called another election, but Stephen Harper stayed on, and basically 3 years later went to a majority. So definitely could be that, but yeah, we have yet to see.
There you go. So tonight
I could see that happening. Yeah.
Some history making. Singh stepping down, losing his seat, stepping down as leader. Polyev conceding defeat to the Liberals. And we still don't know where this government minority shakes out. Turns out CTV was right out of the gate.
They were.
But it was a lot closer. It was down to the wire though for a while there, and it was definitely closer than you think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, even if let's just say even if Kelowna flips, if that's one of the ridings that flips, that'll take the Liberals down to 166, the Conservatives up to 148, and that would mean that the
164.
164, and that would mean that they would not have enough with the traffic light that Ian spoke of.
Yeah, so that would mean the Bloc would have the hammer.
Again, yeah.
Yeah, and that is, the Bloc having the hammer is probably not great for Canada either, right? And they've got one seat they're still leading into, right? So there's still 19, 20, 22, 25 seats that are still in a toss-up kind of thing, depending on where those seats go, right? So.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, with that said, we do thank you for watching Now Media. We do thank you. We hope you enjoyed the coverage that we had here. It's a little different for sure. And we'll be back for all these major elections, and you'll see more on Now Media. How's that? Thank you, Renee. Good. And as always, thank you, Ian, for staying up late out there in Ottawa time. You're greeting the next day already.
Oh, yes.
I just wanted to, look at Mark Carney. He's very chirpy and happy. So if he could do it, I've got to be able to do it.
Oh yeah, you're a young man.
Absolutely. I think he's taking naps.
Yeah. I'm taking some nap, yeah.
Let's poke the Tracy Gray riding one last time before we call it a night here. Okay. No, still only 195 polls reporting. So there you go. And that's our coverage for tonight. We'll likely have some of the results tomorrow morning. Ian and I will be on at 9 a.m. if he even gets up. So we'll see you tomorrow morning, and we'll see where it sits tomorrow morning. Thank you for watching Now Media.
We don't just report the news. We live here too. We're your neighbors, bringing you stories that matter to all of us. No government funding, no outside influence. Kelowna Now, local, independent. News you can trust.